And welcome back to this week's episode of D&D. If you're wondering some of the different layout, we have a new setup. So let us know in the comments if you hate/love it. I don't know.
Please don't say hate, because it took all day.
It hurts.
Please tell Christian how much you love. Please tell Christian how much you love the new setup.
Yeah. Anyway, do we have any announcements? Otherwise, we can jump right in. Are we good? Do we have anything?
I don't know. Cool.
I'm a lazy polish it, and I did
Thank you to everyone who followed us this last week. There were followers. We appreciate you.
Oh, you say it so much nicer now.
So much less self-deprecation.
Right.
It's fine. Do what you do.
Yeah, he's saying you're doing a good job.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Yeah.
We love everybody. You guys are amazing. Keep watching our stuff.
Yeah.
Share our stuff. All of the above.
Sharing is caring.
Sharing is caring.
Yes.
Love your friends.
Share now.
Share the load.
Share the load. Oh.
Yeah, you don't have to carry the fandom all on your shoulders. Share the load. Share the load.
Share the fandom. Share the fandom load. That's it.
Fandom load.
Shirts.
Fandom.
New shirts. That's what we should have on it.
Share the fandom load.
Write that down, Christian.
Christian, write it down. Christian is our...
Won't make any sense. Is that another catchphrase for us?
Share the phantom load.
Share the phantom load.
As long as it has, like, the emperor.
Is it fandom or phantom?
Oh, I heard phantom.
Like ghost?
Like ghost.
Fandom. Like with a D. I didn't say... But phantom is also fun.
Oh, I heard phantom load.
Yeah.
That's funnier than me.
Yeah, I like phantom.
Or phantom load?
Phantom.
Like, and that's just like orange Fanta load.
Anyway, back to you, Matt.
Oh my gosh.
That's our group announcement for the day.
Phantom load.
Yeah.
Anyway, does anyone want to recap what we did last week?
I got shit.
Okay.
Oh, please do.
You did get shit.
Is this from last week?
Are you saying you have notes
That's
or you also
important.
got
My
things?
Talk about that for a second.
Yeah. Okay. Well, the first thing is I'm going to share to you the title of my notes.
Okay.
The title of my notes is Love Roomba.
Oh, I remember that.
I don't remember that.
I do.
I need to add that.
Love Roomba?
I forgot that I was going to use that.
That's the name of the title of the...
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's coming up next Friday, so
Love Roomba.
Was that
watch Love Roomba next Friday.
No, the episode... No, it was Body Snatch... No, it was Body Snatchers before that. And it was Awu Werewolves of Terran before that.
I like
What's that
Werewolves of Terran.
Yeah, I like that too.
Yeah.
What was... Sorry, we have a backlog, but it's quickly catching up because we've recorded other episodes.
But by the time you're watching this episode, you have already watched all of the things we're talking about.
Right.
Please be patient while we have a company meeting.
No, but I'm talking about notes. I'm talking about notes.
Okay.
If you would like to watch our company meeting, maybe we'll put it up on Patreon one day.
Right.
It's a lot of us forgetting things. Anyway, Love Roomba. Last time on Love Roomba.
Is that the new show
Is this
name?
like a shot at love with you with tequila?
Love Roomba. Okay, Finnick gives Duke a note and a package, and I wrote package in all caps.
Whoa. It was a big package.
It was a big package.
It was a note from the heart. I probably should have read aloud, maybe.
A note from the package.
Marie to be talking to Chatz with the last love blade.
Mm-hmm.
I changed the color of my pen. The mountain didn't move, so we got that going for us.
Oh.
Chat set some people up for life by giving them literally a large fortune.
Yes.
Cat who must not be mutinized. Mutant. Cat who must not be mutant.
Yeah.
Holy shit, that's episode 20.
Is it?
That's literally next week's...
Mm-hmm.
Oh shit, did I just...
Womp womp.
Yeah, our backlog, shrank.
But you're not giving anything away because by the time you're watching this, they will have already watched
No,
that.
I just realized.
Cat who must not be mutant.
The D&D ones?
Silver arrows. Oh, we got silver arrows. We got like 750 silver arrows.
I about threw a can across the room because I remember that damn quiver that I don't have.
Oh,
Oh, yeah. That's the one that smells like Rowan's pig.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
We played a
Piss and Quiver.
Yeah, we played
Piss and Quiver.
The Piss and Quiver sounds like a great bar name.
I would drink at the
I
Piss
would
and
drink at
Quiver.
the Piss and Quiver.
It's a bar, tavern, whorehouse.
I need to
Oh,
add that
Quiver.
to today's night notes. Nope, I'm just gonna put that in there right now.
Let
You
me just
change the name of the notes from last
No,
time?
I'm just adding. I'm just adding.
Oh, okay.
I also will wear a shirt that says Piss and Quiver.
Piss and Quiver.
Piss.
I mean,
I see you
and-
piss and quiver with anticipation.
Anyway, more notes, guys. I swear we're not drunk. Okay.
Speak
Speak for yourself.
New fancy arrow. Nope. New fancy quiver. We were just talking about it. The Piss and Quiver. Potion of
Every
growth.
time you pull an arrow out of there, you have to say Piss and Quiver.
I like
Okay,
That's
so
the
we got
magic
a potion of growth that went to Duke, and we made some funny innuendos about it.
Yep.
I said, Duke, you look like you need to be bigger. Have this.
Right, yeah. Then we're like, is that a dick joke?
It could be. Who
Yeah.
knows? I don't know. Somebody told me once that Dragonborns have barbed dicks.
I've heard that.
I believe it.
Today,
Yo, I have shown you.
Yeah.
yeah,
Oh,
today.
let's not talk about your dick.
More notes.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Successful fee fank. Whoa, successful pee prank on Rowan.
Scientific.
Yeah,
Oh,
I made
right,
Rowan
right.
pee himself. We did campfire fun. We're merchants now. Changed changed a homeless man's life.
Yes, you donated a bunch of gold and silver to
Can you
his
read
Oh, yeah, I
cause.
remember this. We're in
all of
town.
those letters
You are in
individually?
town. You are in Underfield.
It's the biggest town we've ever been in
Yeah.
3 years.
Yeah.
It's still only 7 people.
No, it's significantly more.
70 people.
No. It's. I can read it. I can read it. Yeah.
77 is more.
All right. So, the
That's what I got.
that's a great distillation of what happened.
What had happened was...
So, immediately following the earthquake that rocked Snoring Mountain, we were in a house who we didn't know the owners of, and we definitely didn't know what our situation was or where our future led. Then all the people came back from the mines after hard days of slave labor, and we met the owners of the house, who were just this old couple that just kind of wanted to be left alone and sounded like they weren't really keen on what was going on in the mountain. We bribed them to keep their mouths shut, and inadvertently also gave them the means in which to liberate themselves, potentially. And we asked them a few other questions about the history of the mountain and things of that nature before settling in for the night. And we stayed the night there. We got our paperwork the next day, and the couple had left by then, and we took an old cart filled with rusty weapons or some crap weapons. I don't remember. It wasn't anything huge, but we managed to fake our way into the town of Underfelix, the hometown of Chatz, home of the Castle Felix as well. We found the merchant that we were supposed to rendezvous with, and we gave over the cart there, and I believe we put ourselves up in lodging, or we were looking for lodging, I think, when we were closing last time. I think that's kind of where we left off.
Yeah, to kind of start you off where you guys were at. So you helped the merchant that you brought a bunch of wares to. I believe that was the Lonely Tome. He gave you guys each some silver for your troubles for helping him unpack the cart, which some of you gave to a nice homeless man who happened to quickly devour his weight in sausages and biscuits and whatnot. And then you guys made your way over to the Courageous Witch, which was the tavern across the way, past a bunch of merchant carts. And so we will pick up there. So just give you a little bit more of the scene. The Courageous Witch, you see a large wooden sign that's swinging over the door with a purple witch's hat on it. The tavern itself is a single-story building with a red roof. It has soft blowing chimes that are blowing in the wind above the door. And there's a small bell that you can hear chime as the door opens and shuts as people are coming and going. As you're looking into the double set of windows that are on the outside, you can see several tables that are covered in cutlery and leftover food. It seems like there is a full elven woman that seems to be both bussing tables and behind the bar. Seems like it's a single woman shop at the moment, but that's what you guys can see from the outside. Are you guys going there?
Just looking around at this is my first time on the mountain.
Right.
Is the architecture, you know what, I'll ask Chatz because he might be knowing on this. I haven't, Orland. I haven't got the character yet. Chatz, is the architecture around here is still similar from what you remember?
So yes, it is. You would notice that a lot of the houses, especially in, you have glanced at the houses that you passed by when you were passing by the wolf statue that you guys came in. To the right is the Lower Moors, which is like the slums of the city, if you can call them that. They are like the lowest quality houses, but significantly better than like Shaggy Paw and Tarn. So you would recognize similar architecture from the time that you've been gone. It's almost like the werewolves have taken what was already there and put, some changes. Like there's still stucco row houses, but like they have a lot more sharp angles, whereas a lot more of the Tabaxi is a lot more like smooth and a lot more like earthy moss type of thing. Like it's a lot more industrialized now. It's not as homey.
It's almost like a jigsaw puzzle, but some of the pieces are from a different puzzle. It reminds me of home, but something is just not quite right.
But are the roads still the same?
So far, we've walked up the main avenue from the gates, so nothing really has changed there as far as I can tell.
Right, so you came in the main gates, there was the wolf statue, and then there was a set of side streets that you guys went down. You went to the left, towards like I don't want to say rotund, like a plaza type area, that also has another street that's going out of it at an angle. And there are several streets that are connecting to these larger streets, like alleyways that kind of don't make sense. Like you'll have alleyways that just go around a single house, or alleyways that go between two houses, or like there's not like a good structure of roads necessarily, because you would know back when a lot of this was made, you guys had to break down bunches of boulders and shit, because you're literally on a mountain. So you did your best to try and make things level, but there's definitely like inclines all over the place here.
Yes. So. Yeah. I mean, the basic structure doesn't change much. It's a city literally on the side of a mountain. Yeah. As far as the nuances, I mean, I recognize, elements of Tabaxi art here and there, but it's almost absorbed into other art, other cultures that I don't know if this is were culture or if it's other cultures entirely. There's people from everywhere here. I've never seen such diversity in the city before.
That's kind of why I had to ask. It just seems like there's so much going on here, but it's really foreign to even me and to the village where I found you.
So, as you guys are just out here talking and kind of absorbing the area around you, this is very loud, compared to any place you guys have currently been, because there's lots of merchants, like talking to people, selling things, merchants of all different types of races, like, there would be humans, there would be, were creatures, there'd be elves, there'd be dwarves, like, there'd be everything here. It seems like just cursory glances, there are more than just were creatures that live here. Perhaps some of the merchants have stayed and made a home for themselves, or perhaps people have just happened upon this place and they stayed for some reason. You have no idea.
When you lived here, did you have other people besides Tabaxi that lived on your mountain with you?
Maybe the odd visitor, but it was pretty rare. My people at the time had an aversion to humans, so there were very rarely any humans here unless they were an ambassador from some of the local counts. You would see the occasional passerby, an elf or dwarf or two, just not too much. We were a very closed society, to say the least.
Well, I think that's changed now, just looking around.
For sure.
Well, should we,
Just another reminder that not everyone on this mountain is bad.
Well, that's to be seen. We don't know who these people are or what their motivations are.
They're just merchants.
They also accept that this is a slave-based economy.
It's not the only place that has a slave-based economy. You don't question the ways of your host, you know?
This is the first time I've ever seen it.
I've seen some places with slaves before in my travels. It's not right, but I mean, who are you to question the authorities of a place you're not from?
Omission of the crime is just silent consent.
On the topic of the Tabaxi slaves, to give a little bit more description, there would be several different varying types of colors of Tabaxis that are usually with other were creatures in tow. Either they have some sort of collar around their neck, think like a cat collar, nothing too fancy, or like they'll have like an earring on their ear, not like a cow tag necessarily, but similar type of mentality of like they are marked essentially.
Does it look like the Tabaxi slaves are only owned by like the were creatures, or does it look like merchants have slaves too? Like the non like were creature people.
From what you've seen so far in the city, it's just been were creatures that have had them. But who knows?
Do they seem better kept here than the other areas that we've seen them in?
Who
like the
Tabaxi do the Tabaxi live.
They seem very disciplined, very like.
But do they seem better kept?
Like,
yes,
are they
yes,
cleaner?
Yes. They're much cleaner. Yes,
okay.
yes. Like, they would be wearing like much nicer robes and clothes than in Shaggy Paw. Like they're not in rags.
I mean that tracks because
they probably just kept them where they were.
Well, Evelyn seemed pretty unaware of how some of the Tabaxi were being treated. I mean, they treated their servant really well. Obviously, they had a tryst with their servant, but even before then, it seemed like maybe the Tabaxis that are owned by the wealthier people as house servants are treated pretty well.
Is there anything that stands out about them other than their cleanliness?
Some of them, like, obviously there's going to be various different colors of fur. Some, like, you notice some of the more proper were creatures, like, they look like they have very nice clothes. They tend to have, like, pure white Tabaxi slave fur colors. And you definitely can just cursorily glance at the ranking of people and seeing, like, this person's probably pretty wealthy. And they seem to be having, like, a white or, like a dark blue-gray type of coloration to their skin for the Tabaxis. So you can probably guess that there's some sort of hierarchy, like, this one is the most rare, and so it's the most valuable type of slave, type of thing, and so on and so forth.
Are they all, are they all similar cat-like, breed, I guess I would call it, for... Like Tabaxi, or they're like smush-faced?
They're definitely smush-faced.
Okay.
As much as I don't...
Oh, they're hairless ones?
Yes, they're definitely hairless ones.
How cold.
As much as I don't like smush-faced and hairless cats, they would exist.
I love both of them. They're so ugly, they're adorable. Fans, if you have smushed-faced or hairless cats, please, like, at me your kitty pictures. Yes. I love kitties.
Yes.
Tweet us.
I would probably, if I see any of the smush-faced or the hairless,
yes,
I would probably say, oh, that's interesting.
Is that not normal?
Most...
like Maine Coon one that's just like...
Big old tubby one.
And like got a big puffy tail and is just like jacked.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, shapes and sizes.
It's like 7 feet tall because Maine Coons are massive.
Or Rowan and Rosemary.
Yeah.
Right. They probably wouldn't be very strong, but they'd probably be like...
Bigger
build. Yes. Very fluffy.
Back in my day, most of us on the mountain had either a solid or a tabby fur, some spotted. That was the general look of our people.
Well, I mean, evolution is a thing, and you've been gone for 200 years. So.
How does a cat evolve to not
I
have
don't
hair?
know that happens over such short time periods, though.
I don't know. I don't study it.
I've just heard
about it.
Maybe they just, like...
Maybe they picked up other Tabaxi when they were traveling.
Yeah, maybe they picked up other Tabaxi from other locations, and they bred into your society.
I'm guessing that is the case, or the were creatures have been forcing slaves to breed for certain qualities.
What if they heard about your town, other Tabaxi tribes had, they traveled the mountain, moved to near those areas, and then the Tabaxi there were like, oh, it's Snoring Mountain, we should be safe on Snoring Mountain, and then all of a sudden it's werewolves.
We weren't unknown by various Tabaxi clans. There was only one we had really interacted with, which were the Iron Mains, but the Iron Mains communicated with other tribes across the globe. So it was a network of information. We did know of others, so it's possible that they may have been duped into coming to the mountain when it appeared.
I think we're getting past the subject, though. We're getting really deep into
I think it's
Tabaxi lore.
Like, it could just be body modification.
Genetics.
Hey, yeah, we're getting really into Tabaxi genetics. I don't question Duke as to why Dragonborn are weird colors. With different colors.
Why is anything different colors?
I don't know. I'm different colors. I mean, I'm not different colors, but like there are.
You can change.
But like there are like other kinds of Ganassi. So
there are other kinds of shifters as well.
We're 2 or 4.
Are you different shifters? Are you different kinds of shifters?
I'm more feline, and he's way more fox-like.
I thought that those fox features came from your awareness.
Being aware?
Being aware.
You're not aware.
Oh,
you are, though.
You're 2 of 4?
There's like 4 different types of shifters, isn't there?
There's
There's like 4 different.
I'm going to say I prefer 7 of 9.
I mean, yes, there are.
I can get out and walk out of shifters. I can't because I'm trapped.
You're being held against your will.
Are you kidding me? She's a badass. Anyway.
Okay. So we are here in Underfelix. What's our plan?
Should you have a collar while we're here?
We have
I am in disguise as a guard right now.
We have a plan already. We're supposed to look for that one guy.
He can disguise himself to have a collar if it comes to that.
Yes, I can change my clothing anytime I want.
Just keep that in mind in case things go south.
Yes. Okay,
We're supposed to look for that one guy.
What was his name?
Oh, if you have a name.
I wasn't listening. I thought you took the name.
Am I Irish?
No, I was busy.
Why are you Irish? Irish.
Why would you expect me to ever take down names? I don't do that.
Bram Feldman.
Corey Haim. Are we saying things now?
So we're supposed to look for Bram somewhere.
Sure.
Are you sure?
I think.
Are you sure that's the right name?
I don't know. I've been very stressed.
Oh, you do look patchy.
Oh.
It does sound right. I think we at least needed to find a person by that name recently.
Well, we were supposed to find that person who that could be their name for lodging.
Yes, that was it.
Did nobody listen to what Silence said to us?
It's been a week.
Silent.
It's been an hour.
Hey, Rosemary.
It's only been an hour, Duke.
It was several hours since that, because it took you a little while to get up the mountain. And then...
Wait,
I'm gonna be honest, Silas' voice kind of puts me to sleep.
did you listen?
No, I know. I was here.
Oh my god, we're a whole group of people who don't listen? We're never gonna get anything done!
You didn't get a nap into the
Let's
day?
talk to...
When did you have time to nap, Duke?
They can sleep while they're walking. It's common.
I was the one in the cart!
Haven't you ever noticed me walking with my eyes closed?
Just that blank stare, his eyes are just open, and he's just walking like...
I've seen you sleep sitting up. Is it kind of along the same lines?
Rowan, you notice a young were creature, probably probably early teens, you would guess. Not like super nice clothes. He seems to be like eyeing some of the patrons of the merchants, just like give him a once over, kind of looking directly at things that might be on their waistband. But he hasn't made any moves yet, but you notice this out of the corner of your eye.
Okay. I just kind of lean in and whisper to everybody, keep track of your coin purses while we're here.
What do you see?
And I don't specifically
I take my coin
nod
purse
my head
out,
towards
and
him,
then I
but I look Chatz in the eye and then I look at the kid.
We'll get 3 boobs now.
No, it's just, I've got a bag of holding in my chest.
Boob of holding.
Yeah, boob of holding. I would like a bra of holding, please, Liam.
Okay.
Yeah, it's one of those jokes. Like it doesn't matter how much shit you put in your bra, no one will know.
Yeah, but when you start taking out sweaty bra coins, I'm done.
What?
Sweaty bra.
Bra money?
They wouldn't be
That gold
sweaty.
is really glistening.
It wouldn't be
Gold is
sweaty.
so pretty.
It's in the bag that
Yeah.
the money goes in, and then you put the money
okay.
in. Yeah, just
I thought you
I-
just meant like
you said
you're just stuffing it down.
Just like
No.
gold nipples.
Yeah.
Wait,
hard
gold
gold
pasties, gold pasties.
Yeah.
cow pasties. Wait, so then do your boobs go into the bag of holding at all times, and they just always...
Yeah,
It's
so-
just a haversack that sits in the middle of the...
Yeah,
in
like
between the
this
boobs.
part that's like right here that
the
separates
cleavage.
the thing. That's where it
Choose the
is.
size you want.
Yep.
Oh,
Yeah,
So
okay.
the rest
It's
of
a
it-
mysterious thing.
Right.
Yeah, I've seen some guys with boobs, alright?
Yeah, it happens.
Anyway,
Right.
I
Are
watched a
we
TikTok of a
nearing
lady who
this-
pulled like
You're
a
standing
full
right in front of the
potato
curtain
head
switch.
out of her bra.
No, are
And
we
you wouldn't
nearing
even,
this,
like, you
this
didn't even know it was
child?
in there.
Oh,
You were
he's
just like, let
probably
me
just
show
like
you
10,
what I
15
can
feet
keep
away
in
from you.
here.
He's not getting close to you necessarily, because the
I'm
carts
sorry,
are a
not
little
Mr.
bit
Potato
away
Head,
from
Potato
the
Head.
walkway that
It's
would
Mr. Potato
be
Head.
close to
Did they
the
change it?
They just
establishment.
changed the brand.
Oh,
It's the Miss
So I mean, you
Potato
do
Head.
have some
Brand.
distance
I
between
got
you.
you.
If you want to keep your distance, you can.
As a kid now.
Okay.
That's not difficult. Are you?
I'm gonna move through the crowd and just move as close as I can get to him before he actually makes a mistake and
Okay.
does something stupid.
Okay, are you doing stealth?
Yeah.
Natural 20?
Yeah.
Okay, so are you approaching?
29.
Are you approaching this young man?
Yep. I just move nice and quiet through the crowd and come right back up behind him.
What? Did anybody see what Rowan went?
Excuse me, ma'am.
Excuse me, ma'am.
So you approach.
He's probably ordering a drink.
You approach this young man, and he seems to be like approaching a little wealthier couple that seems to be walking with their tabaxi, and he's kind of like, what's that called when you get right behind a car and like the wind doesn't
Drifting.
drifting, yes.
No, not drifting.
No.
Drafting.
Drafting, yes. Like
Bumping is racing.
sure,
Rubbing is racing.
sure. But like getting right behind them, as in like not in the peripherals type of thing. So that in theory he could come in for a nice quick grab at their waist. And
before he does, like, I'm gonna wait till the last second before he does that, and then I'm gonna grab his wrist.
Okay, so you see him like get the courage up and start to walk towards it, and you can see his open hand like getting closer. At what point are you going to try and grab him?
Before they notice, so...
Okay. So, I mean, he would get pretty close. And I'm assuming you're like right behind him.
I'm drafting him.
Right. He would get probably a good couple inches away from the gold sack that it looks fairly heavy, that's like just hanging off of this man, I'm assuming, his belt.
The way that I'm going to do it, does this kid look like not well dressed, or like...
No, he seems like he is...
Is he doing this for a thrill, or is he actually like looking like he needs money?
He actually has, these are pretty tattered black robes, that Chatz actually recognizes a symbol on there's a red claw mark on the chest that you would actually recognize as religious robes that were used many, many decades ago for the Cat Lord.
This is a were creature?
This is a were creature, and these look like they've been like hand-me-down to hand-me-down to hand-me-down. Like they've seen much better days. Like they were previously black, they're probably now more of a brown. But you would see inklings of some of the really old ways that they made religious robes. But he's definitely of lower class.
Before, like the way that I wanna stop him is I'm actually gonna take like, we'll say 3 gold and put it in my hand, and what I'm gonna do when he like has his hand out like this is I'm gonna catch his hand and like put money into his palm and then like hang on to him for a second. Like
That's a weird way to pick up people.
I'd like to make a slide because I want to mask what he was doing before they notice.
Right. Okay.
Is what I'm trying to do.
So go ahead and give me a sleight of hand.
Rowan's gonna get arrested.
25.
Yeah. Again.
So he reaches for this bundle of coin that's dangling off his belt, and as soon as it's probably a good couple inches away, you reach your hand in quick and just clasp it with that gold in there. And he, like, do you pull him away at all, or are you just holding him?
I will step in front of him so they can't see what I'm doing. So, like, I'm just moving around and grabbing his hand and putting this gold in, and then I'm assuming he's shorter than I am.
Yes, he is.
So I will kind of kneel down to his level, but I'm holding his hand so he can't like move.
Okay. Yep. So you kind of cut him off from the couple and the Tabaxi, and the Tabaxi that's right behind them is a female, and she definitely notices you and keeps an eye on you, but she just keeps walking with them, and as you cut them off, they just keep walking almost like they didn't even notice.
Good.
And this young man like looks angry and scared at the same time at you, and he's like, what's going on? As you're holding his hand with, and I mean, I'm assuming he can feel the coin in his hand, but what is this? What are you trying to do?
So what you were doing there. And you think if I'm the only one that saw you, you're wrong.
I'm going to walk forward and say, "What's going on here?"
Oh yeah, you're a guard.
Yeah.
And as soon as you say that, he like starts stammering, like, no, nothing.
I look at Chatz and I say, "Nothing wrong here, officer. I'm just giving some gold to this young lad."
I look at the symbol on his front and I say, "You know that symbol's illegal, right?"
And it's covered in a lot of dirt, so you see half of it, but you immediately recognize it.
Right.
But he just looks at his clothes that are torn to shreds, and he's like, this
I've seen that before. Some of the slaves carry it around sometimes. We have to hang them.
Oh, Jesus! Roll intimidation.
That's my job.
Hold on. Forget what my
Why
intimidation
did
is.
you chat these things, Duke?
Oh, that was almost...
Oh, too bad it's still an 18.
Oh my fucking god!
Road shit!
Road shit.
So you definitely would hear him quiver, his voice starts to waver a bit.
Does he piss himself?
And he definitely pisses himself.
That's why they call this the piss and quiver.
And I,
he's like,
and I say to him, "Why don't you run home? I better not see you again."
Yes, sir. And he's gonna try and break free from your grab.
I'll see that he gets home, officer, if you don't mind.
Thank you, good citizen.
He is still trying to break free. Are you just
And
still
I'm
hanging on?
looking at him and I'm saying, "Be calm. I'll take care of you. Just let him leave."
Just staring wide-eyed.
I
gonna fucking die!
I back up 5 feet and then I'll turn around to the rest of the group.
And I'll say, "Now that's a lesson for you. There could have been worse things that had happened."
Yes, sir.
Are you hungry?
Yeah, I haven't eaten today.
Why don't you put that in your pocket so nobody can see it? And why don't you come with me? We'll get you something to eat.
Thank you.
And we were going into this place. It's a
It's a tavern. Yep.
tavern.
The
so
Courageous Witch. Yep.
they probably have food in there.
Definitely.
And I say, "I'm gonna let go of your hand now. Why don't you just follow me over there?" And I head nod over to the Courageous Witch and
Roll me persuasion with advantage, since his intimidation was so good.
for me. 17.
Yeah. So you let go of his hand?
Yep.
So as soon as you do, he looks into his hand. He is in awe.
And I close his palm again, and I say, "If you think that anybody else won't see that, you're wrong. Put it in your pocket."
And he quickly puts it in his pocket. You can see the pocket that he has as part of the robe. It's worn away quite a bit. So he grabs it from the inside to make sure it doesn't fall out.
And I'll just kind of laugh a little bit, and I'll be like, "Okay,
I don't have a purse.
that's okay.
And he doesn't have a wallet either.
I got
What's
a
that?
prison wallet.
Oh, I did not hear that.
Oh. I have some traveler's clothes on me, so I will,
You're just gonna give over some clothes?
no.
Okay.
Do you need a bag?
Are you coming up and asking if I need a bag?
I pull out a fucking cloth square
Sure, yeah.
and a sewing kit real quick.
Yeah.
Right.
And I whip it together in a circle form so it has a drawstring.
Let's see how good this is. Roll me sleight of hand.
Sleight of hand for sewing? That makes sense.
There's not a crochet skill.
Right? There isn't a crochet skill.
17.
Yeah, you.
I make a coin purse out of a square of fabric.
Yeah, you effortlessly make
a
this.
couple of squares of fabric. You know,
Right.
sew 2 of them together real quick, make a little drawstring.
One of them is like a tan, and the other one's like a dark brown, so they don't really match.
That's fine. He
super well.
doesn't need a match.
But yeah,
He doesn't have a pocket?
exactly. Yeah,
She's excited.
Is this like a kid?
He's like a teenager. Yep.
Do you have a family?
Yeah. But I have my mom.
Where's your mom?
She's probably working. I don't know.
I was gonna take him to get a bite to eat in the tavern.
Okay. Did you get that money?
Yeah.
Is it enough?
Calm down.
I finished sewing up his little bag, and I put like 5 more gold in there,
gosh.
and like tied it up.
That's what I'm eyeballing her like, stop it.
And I hand it to him. Keep it inside of your pocket.
And he like puts it up his sleeve. Like
Pull the drawstring and tie it around your wrist, and you take that to your mother, so that you guys can.
Yeah.
Sure.
Why are we doing this out here?
Like you're doing this in broad daylight in front of everybody.
We'll escort him home. Where do you live?
And he just like points back the way you guys came towards the moors.
In a moment.
Can we find a guy first?
What's the guy's name? What was the?
I put my hand on his shoulder and I start pointing him like towards the tavern.
Okay, sounds good.
Mom, some balloon lady gave me a fortune.
right.
We're gonna eat like kings forever. On a table.
So, as you guys walk in, you see this elven woman. Let me get her description as I. Not that one.
We're raising individuals like 10
above their
social
stations.
Right.
Or the same thing that we did in Barovia.
Yes.
We gave money to people.
So you see this woman. She has thick toned arms and a paunchy gut. She is adorned with some nicer looking white clothes that look pretty loose. Like it looks like good work clothes. You can see that they are.
I know the title for my notes.
She has rings and a necklace with large gems.
Money.
Looks like she is doing pretty well for herself. Like, being as this may or may not be the only tavern in town.
She the only one in here? Like
she's the worker.
We'll see what happens later.
She's gotten some tips.
Yes. She has long red hair. That is close to 2 feet long, so like goes like down the length of her back. She is definitely looking a little bit older, but she's also elvish, so it's kind of hard to tell her age.
Sure.
But she looks very beautiful. And she is quickly like trying to bust tables as people are being served food from the kitchen and also wanting drinks. Like she is running around like a chicken with her head cut off, but she looks nice. And as she sees you guys walk in, she's like, "Hey, you sit there," and she points to an empty table that's near the entrance.
Is there one in the corner that we could have?
She looks around quick, and there's one that's dirty, and she's like, "Yeah, give me a minute." And she walks over, and as she does, she's like humming to herself, but she's also like she's very blunt with you, but she seems happy. As she's cleaning the tables, she is.
I like her.
She wipes it off and like puts it all in her shirt, and she's like, "Come here, come sit here. I'll fill you up. Do you need some ales?" She's gesturing to all of you.
And maybe some milk or water or juice, whatever you have.
Does the guard come and sit with us too?
Do you?
This poor kid, they're with the guards.
Oh, fuck.
Maybe discreetly change your appearance in an alleyway.
I might. God damn.
You can
change it to
circle.
There's a phone booth right next door. You can just go jump in that quick.
I think. Let's see.
You could also just come in after us and sit at the open table.
It's true. Yeah, I think I'll sit by myself as well. I won't leave my disguise, but
you can sit with Duke.
Are you not with the rest of the group?
Yeah.
What are you doing, Duke?
I'm not 100% sure what the fuck I was really doing.
Same.
I mean, I wouldn't have like separated. Well, yeah, I'm just like, this is
We didn't come here to adopt a child, guys.
This is just a terrible idea.
I don't agree with you, Gotham, but...
I bring enough, attention to us as just my existence in this place. I don't think we need to draw any more by handing a lot of money out to individuals.
I agree. That's why I did it in secret.
I did it in secret.
No, you didn't.
You did it publicly in secret.
I publicly made a bag. And then secret
And filled it
money.
with gold. But I'm not there. I'm at another table.
I shove the kid into the corner, and I tell Sapphire to sit on the other side of him.
What's your name, kid?
Buck.
Nice to meet you, Buck.
This is not a pen.
My name is Rowan, and that's
I'm going to write on my
Celeste.
screen with that crochet hook.
Not Celeste. Sapphire. Who the fuck is Celeste?
I look nothing like her. I'm offended, Rowan.
I've never seen her.
Why are you calling me her name then?
No, not me.
When they got the body out.
No.
Duke always lets the soft body.
She went in the but I will signal to the waitress and I'll be like, whatever you got for food.
We got some ox sandwiches with some apples. We got some eggs and some wine and some ale. What's your fancy?
Wine and the ox sandwiches. Combo platter, please.
And
combo number 1, please.
She gestures to the kid and some milk for
and
this.
whatever he's eating. What do you want, kid?
He doesn't get a choice.
He'll also have the combo number 1, but with milk instead of wine.
Okay.
We'll take some apples for him too.
Right?
So many apples.
You're like a boy toy.
How old is he look like? He's like a teenager, right?
Yeah, he looks like a teenager, like early teens, probably like 14, 15, something like that.
What's his were creature?
He is a were-rat.
Okay.
He's pretty skinny, like dark fur, like black, kind of chittery.
Are the rats a lower class here?
We've only met.
No, because Evelyn was decently high class.
Yeah, she was
and
upstation.
they killed each other.
Yeah.
Where rat? Anyway, what? I have to make notes. What do you want from me?
Make notes.
So he's like timidly fiddling with the bundle that's up his sleeve. He's just like playing with it. He likes. You can definitely tell he just likes to hear the sound of chords.
Sure.
But she comes back. Did anyone else want anything?
Anybody sitting with us?
Food? Yeah, are you guys? You guys
Are you with us,
yourself.
Finnick? Do you want a combo number 1 as well?
Yeah, I'll take that. I'll also drink milk.
Okay.
Another combo number 1.
Yeah, I like the boy toy.
Oh, sorry. We're fresh out of boy toys.
I'm not taking alcohol either.
Are you taking milk then? Okay. So it is 2 silver for both of you.
I'm paying for the kid too.
Oh, okay.
So I'll pay 4 silver then?
Yours is 4 silver. Yeah, with the
So
line.
I'll pay for Finnick
That's
6
8
silver.
Okay. No,
Super nice.
it'd be 6.
I
Six
thought
and
she
four.
was just paid for everyone.
Oh.
I'll give her a gold piece because I don't understand change, and I'll just keep the change. It's almost a gold piece anyway. 6 plus
6 and 4 is a gold piece, so there would be no tip.
Well, I paid for Ryan with the tip, and then he paid for him and the kid.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. That's what you're doing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So she goes back to the kitchen, and like you can see she's like carrying several plates on her large breasts and the
Yeah,
like
mugs, Stein mugs.
Chubby elf.
Yeah,
That's like
diversity.
diversity is right.
Yeah.
Steins.
Yeah, several steins and plates, like
Steins of milk.
steins of milk. Yeah, because that's what they would have, steins. So yeah, she like sits down and like sprawls it all out for you and starts handing them out to everybody. And she says, "I'll be right back with any refills."
Oh.
And she heads over to your table and she says, "What do you want?"
I'll take an ale and some conversation, and I'll push a gold piece across the table.
She looks at it curiously. Okay, an ale. What else do you want?
I'm fine.
Dressed like a guard.
You are dressing a guard.
Mm-hmm.
So she takes a coin and heads off and goes behind the bar and quickly fills up an ale for you and sets it down at your table. You guys are eating your meal, and she hunches over at you and says, "What do you want?"
Looking for someone named Bram.
Bram?
Bram. Bram Feldman.
Okay.
Ever heard the name?
No.
Insight check?
Go ahead.
Oof.
What is that, like a 32?
No, not quite. Oh well. My computer's slow.
28.
No. Wouldn't be that high. It is very slow. Do you have my stuff pulled up?
I can pull it up quick.
Okay. My computer is ancient.
Yes, it is. It's fine.
Was Steve?
Your
Still
insight
alive?
is +3.
I think so.
Insight's +3 and you're not trained.
Oh, okay, so it's only a 5.
Yeah, she...
Oh, jobs.
I was like, I was like over here like, Steve.
Yeah,
And then I was like, do you guys know somebody named Steve? I don't know
Yeah,
why
that was
it's
like your uncle.
relevant.
I was like,
Yeah, like, oh, good old
I know
Steve.
Steve.
I don't know. I've never
I know famous people named
Good
Steve.
old
but-
Steve.
Anyway, yeah, she's pretty hard to read. She seems like she's being pretty straightforward. She seems like the type of person that doesn't bullshit around. She's very straight to the point.
Right. Oh. That's a shame. It is an old friend of mine. I just wanted to catch up with him while I was in town.
She gives you a look like you're a guard.
Guards are friends.
But and while you're in town, like the way you're phrasing things, it makes her suspicious a little. But she also takes the gold and shrugs and walks away.
Mm-hmm.
I'm assuming you didn't have anything else for her.
As she's walking away, I'll say just a little louder, just to make sure that maybe she can overhear it. Well, it seems like she may not be involved with whatever we're looking for.
What kind of guard are you, dragon?
Yeah, you're literally just sitting with a guard.
Yeah.
But, I mean, who else are you gonna fucking see with a shitload of weapons strapped to them?
That is a point of contention. All of you have weapons.
And I'll say in return...
Yeah, that's different. But bow and arrow.
We're a trade group. We were caravanning. It's dangerous.
I'm just trying to throw her off of her suspicions.
Right, sure.
Maybe,
I understand.
Good thing, too, I could use the ale.
I just feel like the social food chicks. Server chicks? That's what that
No.
she's not
She's not his character.
like your wingman, and you're like...
Yeah, they're just trying to buy horse.
Right.
Well, Rudy wouldn't be all over this place.
So you are eating your food.
The raccoon. And I'll be like, slow down, we've got time.
Like
I thought you were talking
Buck
about
is-
some other famous computer guy again.
Buck is eating pretty quickly. He's definitely not like he's afraid to finish eating or something. He's more
Food
like,
aggression.
yes, he's food aggressive. Yes, he's very I haven't eaten at all today, and it is afternoon.
Yep.
Eat slower, you're gonna vomit.
But it's so
It'll
good.
still be there. It'll still be there. You
I'm
just,
just gonna take it away from
yeah.
you.
Look, we all got our own food. We're not stealing. And actually, I like my leftovers.
Are you gonna eat it?
Well, I'm gonna eat this half of the sandwich, but this is a whole oxtail. That's a lot of meat.
It's an ox. It's not just the tail.
Yes.
This is a whole ox.
I mean, it's probably
It's a slab.
This is a big ass sandwich, kid.
That's right.
That's what I'm trying to get at
You
here.
have an entire ox on your on your plate.
This is really affordable.
Just for a few silvers. I mean,
Yeah.
Right.
But I'll say, slow down. Why don't you tell us? We're traveling merchants here. Why don't you tell us about the town a little bit?
Well, And he's saying this in between bites, and also when his mouth is full.
That's what I'm trying to get him to do is talk, so he doesn't eat so fast.
Right. He's definitely still eating, but it's a little slower because he is talking at the same time. We're a town on a mountain, I guess. I've never really left the mountain, so I don't know anything else, but there's, like, a bunch of Tabaxi and, like, people like me and other were creatures. And then we have people, and he gestures to the barmaid. We have people like her, like, I think her name is Philia? Yeah, I've seen her around. I've never talked to her before. She seems really nice. But there's, I don't know, there's a bunch of stuff in town. There's a school. There's a bunch of like guards and stuff over in the Dragon Ward. There's the castle that looks really cool. But we're not allowed to go in there.
Sure.
You said your mom is at work? What does she do?
She helps a family. She doesn't like to talk about it. All I know is she cooks and cleans and stuff. But I just kind of do whatever. There's nothing really for me.
Don't you go to school? You said there was a school.
That's for Tabaxis.
Does Tabaxi have a school?
Yeah. It's been like that for a long time. They, like, whenever the Tabaxis, need to learn new things, to help us. But my mom sometimes, works alongside them. So they're usually pretty nice. I don't know.
Is your mom also a rare creature?
Yeah. But she's just like me, just
okay,
older, and she has golden hair, like yellow, that thing. Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm a different color. But that's about it.
What about your dad?
Oh, I never met him.
Where did you get your robe?
I found it on the streets. Some of the beggars, they don't always wake up, and so they had some nice clothes, and I figured I might as well take them. I mean,
they're not using them, so.
What if he was still just sleeping?
Wakes
up, what the fuck?
Just a naked homeless guy, you know? I mean...
Is this the only place you've seen this symbol before?
And he, like, starts picking at it a bit, because, again, it's covered in, like, dirt and mud, so, like, you see, like, just a sliver of red in there, and he's like, I never even thought to, like, clean this. I don't really have clothes, so I don't really clean them. I don't know what this means. He starts picking at it, like trying to get some of the dirt off. Mm-hmm. And he like looks over at the guard that's sitting at a table or two away, and is like intimidated still by the fact that you are probably facing him. And so he kind of clamps up a little bit, and he stops picking at it and just like sits there quietly.
Don't worry about him.
I just found it. I don't know what it means.
That's okay. I was just wondering if you had seen anybody else with it.
I mean, some of the other people, like there's some Tabaxis that have it. They're usually homeless, or sometimes they use these as rags. They make good rags.
I'm not going to tell Chatz that. And I look over at you two, and I'm like, that's not something we're going to share.
Okay.
I mean, it's probably a small tavern. I probably heard all that shit.
Probably something quiet.
But I will say, do you happen to know a man named, I look over at these two, I'm like, what was it that,
Bram?
What?
Bram?
Bram. Do you know a Bram in town here?
Bram.
Bram Felton.
No. He looks at you confused. He's like, no, the name doesn't sound familiar, but do you know if he's like a famous person or like is he rich? Like, maybe there's this part of town you can look for him in. Like maybe he'd be up in the Scholars Borough. That's the rich part of town where the school is. Or he might be in the lower moors where I'm from.
Was he famous? I leaned over at these two and I was like, I don't remember.
He was just going to find his lodging.
If you remember correctly, he was part of the Chained Uprising, and he is a Tabaxi. So you were asking a were-creature, essentially, where a refugee Tabaxi is.
Well, he's from the moors, so it makes sense to ask. He might have said.
You said they were homeless Tabaxi?
Yeah, not all of them have places to go.
Are they also in the moors?
Yeah, most of them, from what I've seen, they don't have a lot of places to go.
Well, tell me a little bit about yourself, Buck. I mean, what do you do while your mom's away?
Well, as you saw, I try and just kind of make ends meet, and get some food in my stomach.
You know what? I think we can help out with that, and I really don't want to see a bright young lad like you lose a hand over.
I would appreciate that.
Why don't we go and get you, as I see he's probably pretty close to finish up.
Yep.
Why don't we go and get you some better clothes, and then why don't you show me where you live?
Yeah, we should escort you home.
Oh, okay.
What time does your mom get done with work?
It'll be an hour or two, I don't know.
Perfect. Do you know where there's a place that we can get you some clothes around here?
So you would know across the way where you guys brought your, yeah, that's where I'm looking for, thank you. Where you brought your cart is the Lonely Tome, which is a general store that would have lots of, adventurers' clothes, like tools, that kind of stuff. Probably a good, starting point to go check out.
Let's go there. That sounds like fun.
Why don't you two escort him over? I'm gonna close our tab here. I'll be right over.
Right.
I think he's gonna play.
Right, of course.
Yeah,
You want to come with shopping, Finnick?
Yeah, let's spend some money.
Okay, cool. Bram? Nope. What's his
Buck.
name? Buck.
God.
His name is Buck. Buck. Too many names, too many letters.
Rebel leader? Rebel leader? No.
Hi, excuse me, could you lead me to the rebellion?
Yeah.
That's quite literally what you
I
guys
feel
are
like he's
asking.
going around the bar. Fuck the police? Fuck the police? No.
Yeah.
Black Lives
That one in
Matter?
particular. No.
Buck, are you ready to go?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, and he is grabbing. So I'm assuming you didn't finish your food. So he is
We'll get you a
Take some
dog.
first.
Do you have a to-go box?
she is serving some other customers, and she's like, "Be right with you."
Thanks. We'll take it home for your mother.
Yeah, that's a good idea. She'll like that.
Mm-hmm.
She won't have to cook tonight. So you wait around for Theala, and she comes over with just a little literal just paper satchel thing that you can fold it into.
Yeah,
a little bindle for him. So you put away your meal. Are you staying behind then?
Yeah, I'm just waiting for them to leave so I can.
All right, we
talk
go
to them.
shopping.
Okay, so you head over to the Lonely Tome.
Yeah.
Okay, so what are you guys doing?
After they leave, and I see that I'm watching them out the window so that they go into the store, and then I'll go sit next to you guys, and I'll say, he's just a good kid. I think we could get some information. His mom works with the Tabaxi here in town, so I think she might be able to lead us to some information.
That's a good lead.
I thought so.
Unfortunately, I don't know what direction we should take? I mean, you can probably walk around these streets just fine, but...
Well, there's the, you probably know what the Scholars,
Scholars Burrow? Is that
Burrow.
The section of town. It's directly to the north of where you guys are currently.
Mm-hmm.
You would know that you literally just go down the thoroughfare, and you go get right to it. Like it's across town, but it's a straight shot.
Buck was telling us that there is a school there for the Tabaxi when they need to learn new skills. So there's probably lots of Tabaxi there that you might be able to get some information out of. We're probably going to take Buck back to the burrows just to make sure he makes it home safe. We'll meet you there.
Okay.
And I, dig into my clothes bag, or my bag, for my regular traveler's clothes, and oh God, that's right, I still haven't washed my tartan, which is in my backpack.
Correct.
I say I'll hang my tartan outside on the door, or whatever's there, or in the window, something, so you know where we're at.
Okay.
So you would know that the school, which is called Cat's Cradle, at least it was back when you lived here, that it was a pretty large school, 2 stories. It has gates around it. It was a fairly prestigious school back in the day. So you don't know.
You washed your tartan the next morning.
I thought it was the same day.
No, it was the next morning.
The next morning.
You washed all of your clothes.
Well, still, it's just a wraparound, so I can take it off and hang it on the door.
So you would know it's a nicer school, and it's also in a nice part of town. There would be a lot of bigger houses, nicer houses. That's the nicer part of town. So.
Oh, hey.
Earthquake, I'm sorry.
Calm down, people.
What do you say, Duke? Shall we go to school?
Wow. Well, I suppose so.
I leave them and I join these two.
Okay, so you're heading over to the Lonely Tome. Okay, so as you guys walk in, or walk over, you see this is a large stucco building, red roof. It has 2 rows of shelving with a large blank on words tonight. Where the cash register is, counter, large counter in the back. The walls are just covered with different types of supplies, and it seems very well stocked now that you guys had stocked it. There is a male elf that is currently putting things away, back into the places where they should be, as you guys may or may not have put them in the correct place. But he welcomes you, the 3 of you, nonetheless, and says, "Welcome to the Lonely Tome. What can I do for you today?"
Do you happen to sell some just general clothes here?
Why, yes. I believe we have some clothes, and he gestures over to the large pile of different types of bindles of some of them are nicer, warm clothes, some of them are more tropical clothes, beachwear. There would be various.
We're spring into summer right now, right?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. So there would be various different types of clothing. Is this kind of what you're looking for? As he gestures at the several types of clothes.
Sure.
Yeah,
just general streetwear,
Yeah.
For the season.
And he goes and grabs a nice plain red shirt, and he holds it up to you and says, "Oh, do you think this would look good?"
Oh, that's not my color.
Oh, blue doesn't. Oh, okay.
But it's not for me. It's for the boy.
Oh, and he looks over at this now. What's the word I'm looking for? Disheveled looking, gross peasant man, essentially, peasant teenager. He's like, oh, very well. Does he need a whole new outfit?
Yes, and shoes.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we have some boots. That would be nice. I mean,
and a nice little leather satchel if you have a bag.
Oh, yeah.
A bag.
Like a nice...
Yeah, a nice, bag. Yeah.
Okay, sounds good, yeah. And he starts putting together some of this equipment for you. He's like, one moment, and he runs to the back to get a satchel to put everything in. Let me look up adventuring gear.
I come in and join them, and I'm like, you're getting him clothes and whatnot, yeah?
Yeah.
And you're getting him appropriate clothes for the burrows, where he won't get robbed.
Appropriate workman's clothes, please, sir.
Well, and he comes back with this nice satchel bag. He's like, What do you mean?
Plain colors, please. Nothing too bright.
Nothing dying bright.
Yes, that's probably for the best.
Yeah, and a plain satchel, not anything super fancy. Although that is really nice, I might take that.
So the one
Do you have one that has like a little window?
He looks at you confused.
Like a little clear, or like a place that has a small pocket that I can zip open.
Why would you want to see inside? Why would you want anybody else to see inside your satchel?
I don't want anyone. I'm not going to put anything in that satchel besides Daisy.
Who?
Lily.
Lily. It's Lily.
Yes, it is Lily.
Besides Lily.
You're going to push your cat in a bag.
So she can see outside. She always sleeps in my hood.
I think she finds it comfortable there.
Let me ask.
She's purring around your neck and sleeping.
No, she is happy. You're right. You're true. You're right. Okay, she doesn't. Never mind.
So he
Do you sell collars?
Like for cats?
Yeah.
He was about to say Tabaxi.
You definitely see he looks you up and down and is...
I pull my hood down and there's a little cat head.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, that
guy.
Shit about got real.
He was definitely are you sure you're asking for the right thing? But yes, he would be...
And then Sapphire's like...
He would be able to find some nice leather
with his belt.
Right, with a little bell on it, of course. So he grabs some common clothes, a satchel, some boots. Did you want a satchel as well?
No, I don't need a satchel. But I will take the collar with the little bell.
Okay, the collar with a little bell. Okay. And did you need anything else? We have some nice climbing kits, or...
Do you need anything?
I think I have everything.
Okay. Well...
Do you sell, collectible coffee mugs?
What? He just looks super confused. You just asked for, a Blorgerschleichen, on, Blorger, you literally just said gibberish words to him.
Never mind.
You're in the wrong campaign.
Yes. As far as I know, there's no coffee here.
That's true. There probably isn't coffee here. Okay. I don't think I need anything else.
Do you have a room where he can change into these clothes?
I mean, I have a small room in the back.
You can go with mine. I'd slip him an extra gold for the use of his back room.
Oh, very
well. Throw gold around
very well.
It's our gold. It's not 5.
Yes. Well,
excuse me, Rowan. I'm offended.
Right.
It's not like I'm going out in the streets and just making it rain.
Is it good night, Eric? Is that?
No.
Oh.
I'm the captain now.
No.
Yeah.
What?
Here, money. I'm the captain now.
He's money. Yeah.
I don't think the captain buys his way. I think he's just like, this is mine.
Anyway.
I'm the captain now.
Okay. So, he's tallying these things in his mind. He's like, close 5. So that would be 5 gold.
Perfect.
For everything.
I pay for it.
Okay, sounds good. And he gestures to Buck to go to the back. And he's definitely, like, standing pretty close to kind of keep... Because that's, like, the storeroom where a lot of, like, the extra stuff is kept. And kind of, like, where his office is and whatnot. So he is keeping a close eye on him. But Buck is pretty quick about it. Now that he has pockets, he can shove his bindle in his...
He's got a satchel, too.
In his satchel, sorry.
Yeah.
Now that he has a satchel, he can shove his coin purse in his satchel. So he comes out looking like... He has, like, tan clothes with, like, brown pants. Like, they don't look the best, but they'll do.
They're better than the ones he had on.
Yes. And he is, like, carrying the robes he had. He didn't have room to shove them in his satchel yet.
Maybe, do you have a trash can we could dispose of these? Yeah.
And Buck looks distraught as soon as you say. He's like, "No, it's fine. I can keep them as like a spare in case these get dirty, because they'll get dirty."
I'll buy 2 pairs of clothes for him, sir.
And you can really tell he's surprised and concerned at the same time. And Buck is just like on the verge of tears.
So I just give him another. What would it be? Another 5 gold for another set of clothes.
It'd probably be another 3.
3. I give him another 3 gold for another set of gold or set of clothes.
So that'd be like shirt, pants, and boots as well.
Yeah. And then you can keep your outfit that you had. And you can use it.
If you don't mind, though, Buck, I'm going to make one alteration, and I just take one of my small knives and I peel the symbol.
Okay.
So
it would be like sewn in. So
wait.
So you'd be.
I take one of my patches and I put the patch down and I whip it across the symbol.
Okay.
I patched it.
So now there's.
I want to take it.
Well, you take the symbol, cut the symbol out, and then I will patch the hole.
I'll let you do that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Patch the hole.
So in the middle of this in the middle of the Lonely Tome, you like just grab the robe.
Is there a lot of people in here besides us?
No, just you guys.
While he's getting the bindle, I will say, now do it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I do it while he's gone, or I could do it while we're walking too.
Right.
So while we're walking, I'm just whipping
Not
Stitch.
outside.
Okay, I patch it real quick. I'm just literally taking one of the squares and then sewing it up.
Sounds good. So now there's a fully black cloak that is more muddied. But now it has a nice, like, leather patch in the middle of it.
Perfect.
I take the symbol and I pocket it.
Sounds good. So you now have a dirty symbol of the Cat Lord.
And he has a patched dirty cloak.
Mm-hmm.
And 2 new sets of clothes.
Yes.
And boots.
Yes. So he's like, well, thank you for all this. I don't know how to repay you.
You don't need to. We just want to escort you home, and we'd like to actually talk to your mother too.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think that's fine. And he like hurriedly grabs all of his stuff that he.
You put it in your satchel.
His satchel is overflowing at this point
because he's got another set of clothes in there.
Yeah, boots.
Yeah, like he has, like he put on the boots, but like he has another set of boots, so like he's carrying this. It's just like, okay, let's go.
Poor kid's gonna get robbed by the other poor kids.
Right.
Here, I take his boots and I like tie him and I like hang him off of my satchel so that he doesn't have to like carry everything.
Okay.
I'll give him to you when you get home.
Okay, sounds good. So he like starts leading the way, and you guys go from the plaza and you start making your way back towards the entrance of the city. So we'll jump to the other 2.
Fucking changing this kid's life.
Right. So you would know that the street that goes away from the entrance of town goes towards the center of town, the town square. So are you guys just beelining it then for the school? Is that the idea?
I believe so. We'll go investigate what Tabaxis learn at school.
Okay, so you start making your way towards the town square, and in the town square you'd see, this is a very large, like, open area. You can now see, like, the 4 corners of the city, essentially, from this area. There is a large marble fountain, like, very nice. It depicts a large creature, looks like a kind of like a monkey, like a baboon almost. It's like perched in a tree, and it has an entire elk in its maw. Like, this is a large creature. It's not colored in any way, but it looks like it would be dripping with blood if it could. And above it is a large moon with a pair of eyes, like, embedded in it, with, like, stars all around it. It looks very different from the fountain that you have previously seen, which was completely different. It would probably be of the Cat Lord, like, praising all of the Tabaxi children and, like, teaching them tricksy things. Completely different.
Is there a plate attached to this fountain?
Yes, there is. Let me find it. So the plate says, "Long live the hunt and praise the moon goddess."
Huh. Well then.
Is this what passes for art?
Perhaps in this culture. This is new. I think it's best if we just push on.
So from this vantage point, you can see, like I said, the four corners of this entire city. You can see the entrance to the city. Exactly opposite that is the castle on like a larger plateau with a set of gates with some stairs behind it that would lead up to the castle. You see at a diagonal a much nicer part of town that you would know as Greyburrow, and you see in the distance a large two-story school-like building, but amongst it is several houses like scattered all about. There does seem to be in that little plaza with the school there is another larger building. You can't quite see it from this angle, but there seems to be another business down that way. Towards the other side, which you know as the Dragon Ward, it looks like there is a large sign that has an anvil that you would remember as probably where the blacksmith is. And also there seems to be a much heavier guard presence towards that side of town. Like you see more guards coming and going from that area. Directly opposite from Scholar's Burrow is, you would know as the Lower Moors. And you would both see, just at a glimpse, that there would be a lot of shadier looking people, like not as nicely dressed, but there would be a couple shops down there as well. Mm-hmm. You would probably know that there was a bar there back in your day that was a little bit seedier. You're not sure if it's still there necessarily, but that would be where it would be. So, as you guys are making your way towards the Scholar's Burrow, you do pass, like I said, several buildings. These are like, some are single story, some are two story. They have like blue tiles, red tile roofs. They're like a much smoother stone, much nicer looking. Some of them have like flower beds and bushes and whatnot. Like, if you look in, you would just glance or you see like they have like a nice hearth and cauldron brewing and like several different rooms. This is not just a single room house like you're used to seeing. As you are approaching the plaza, you get a little bit better glimpse of the other building that's in that plaza, which is this is a two-story building. There is a sign out front that has a pink flower of some sort, and it's got a set of double doors. It looks like a nicer establishment. It's got a gray tile roof and moss-covered exterior. like big glass windows, so you can see. And there's several tables. It looks to be like there's a bar in the back, like a fancier type of establishment. As you guys pass by that, you would get to the school. So this is a 2-story rectangular stone building. It's like set up against the backdrop of the mountain itself. There are a set of iron gates that are surrounding the grounds of this school. You can see past the gates that there are there were trees. You would remember there were trees. Like, this was a large open area previously, with like plants and whatnot. It used to be very inviting, and now the entrance is filled with like work equipment and makeshift tents. The building itself, you can see there's stairs with a set of double doors and like glass windows all along it. But you can definitely tell like the format of this school has definitely changed from the higher learning establishment to maybe like a re-education type of establishment. It definitely seems like there is either like equipment to teach someone how to maybe mine, or how to use equipment of that type of sort. That's kind of the gist of what you guys see out here, at least.
I'll probably look around at some of the stumps that are maybe in the yard, and I'll, in a hushed tone, say, some of those trees were 300 years old in my day. This place has really gone downhill. Okay, Duke, what's our angle? I think we go in there, you say something to the effect that you are an investor who's looking at allying yourself with the were creatures, and that we want to look at some of their establishments on the mountain.
Okay. It could work.
I don't know. What was your plan?
Well, I mean, you're coming in as a guard?
Yes, I'm assigned to escort you around.
Right. I mean, the investigation thing that we sort of played on earlier seemed like it worked a little.
Well, you lead the way then.
We can see how it goes.
Okay.
Okay. So the set of iron gates that are around are currently closed. You can see through them, but they're currently closed right now.
Okay. And this appears to be the only entrance to this area?
Yes. As far as you know, this was the only entrance.
Okay.
This is the only visible entrance.
Alright. Guess let's approach the gates.
Okay.
And I kind of want to just inspect the gates, see if there's anything weird about them.
They don't seem anything out of the ordinary. They do have, like, a large metal lock on the outside, like, for a keyhole of some sort. But doesn't seem to have anyone standing guard, necessarily. But they are shut, from what you can tell.
So how busy is this street, I guess?
I mean, this plaza is a lot less, busy than the previous plaza you were in. There would be people coming and going from their homes, maybe going to the store with the orchid. You definitely wouldn't be as busy as the marketplace.
Right. I guess.
But I mean, you definitely get some eyes from people as you walk up towards the school.
Mm-hmm.
Like, no one is going over there. It seems like
Right.
it's currently not in use. Like, you don't see anyone outside. You don't see any, like, movement coming from inside or anything. I mean, it's a pretty fair distance between the gate here and the front doors.
On the steps up to the front doors, does it look like there's a lot of dust, or like that there's footprints anywhere about?
That's like hundreds of feet away. So it's kind of hard to tell from this distance. Okay. But it doesn't look like... This stuff looks like it's used regularly from what you can tell. Like, just at a glance. Mm-hmm. It doesn't look like it's not used. Like, the door doesn't have dust necessarily on it of, like, not being opened or anything like that.
So we go around and check out the other sides of it? I'm confused. This was the main entrance.
I guess.
Yeah. I mean...
Are you looking to, like, go around the building and try and scale the wall type of thing? Is that...
No, I want to, I guess, from where we're at, there's no visible other entrance, so I was thinking, like, going around to see if a new entrance was built somewhere, maybe, that is more regularly used than the old one.
Okay. So, you start making your way around the building, around the gate, and you walk your way around the wall. You would see several houses as you go, as there are houses that have, like, built along the side of the gate, along the fence. But you make your way all the way around, and there doesn't seem to be any entrances on the backside or anything. It seems like it's a pretty fortified wall. Doesn't seem to be any other entrances.
Okay.
It is later in the day. It's probably getting to be like 5, 6 o'clock at this point.
What do you think, Duke? Is it worth trying to get in there? Or, I understand how it looks empty in here. I mean, they have stuff here. They must use it, but... Well, they did use it recently, but... I mean, I could probably break this lock, but...
Well, why don't you?
Alright, well, block the view. I'll get behind you and pick this lock.
Okay.
So I'm going to try and discreetly pick the lock.
Okay, so this is in a town plaza of sorts, so it's pretty hard to discreetly pick a lock in public like this in broad daylight.
I guess, yeah, I want to act kind of casually, like...
Okay.
This will probably give me, like, disadvantage or some bullshit like that, but, like, basically I want to reach into my pocket for my toolkit, but then kind of, like, covering my hands, like, act like I pulled out a key or something to, like, jiggle it. I'm not going to, like, necessarily look at it. I'm going to, like, try and pick it just with the feeling from my hand.
Okay. Yeah, give me lockpicking with disadvantage, so I believe it's sleight of hand.
I mean, yes. Unless, of course, you have proficiency in that. Which I do.
You do not have proficiency in sleight of hand.
Not with sleight of hand, with lockpicking tools.
Oh, yes.
I have expertise, in fact.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Even with disadvantage?
I rolled 2 16s. It's a 30 total.
Unfortunately, no. You easily pick the lock, and you're standing guard as you're watching people like walk by and give you weird looks. Like you're a dragonborn standing next to a guard in front of a gate, and they're like they've never seen you before. They don't stop you, but they definitely like. Hushed, talking, look at you,
and then
go in there, go about the business.
And as I unlock it, I'll say, "This way, Mr. Xavier. I'll show you around the grounds." It's the best name I could come up with.
Okay.
Okay. So you have sufficiently broken in. You open the gates. Are you heading in, I'm assuming?
Yeah, I'll close the gates behind us. Maybe not enough to lock them, but like I'm shutting the gates.
So they don't lock automatically. They just they go to where they would close, and they're slightly ajar a little bit, because there's nothing keeping them closed.
Okay.
But they look for the most part closed.
Okay.
So you're now on the inside of inside of the gate, on the grounds of the school. Wait, where are you going? There is, like I said, there's a bunch of equipment and makeshift tents around. They're like, the tents would be like flapping in the wind. There's the building with a set of double doors and lots of windows. That's a ways off. There's a nice stone path that you guys are on, that leads directly to the entrance.
Let's just go straight to the entrance, I think.
Yes.
Yeah, so go up to the entrance and try the door.
So as you're walking about in here, you definitely see there's a lot of footprints. Like, this is heavily used. There's maybe like a small layer of dust, and the fact that it the wind is blowing a bit, and sediment is gonna get around.
Right.
But it doesn't seem like there is like a layer of dust necessarily on anything. It looks well used. And as you approach the stairs to the double set of doors, these look like they're well used as well.
Right.
The handles on the doors look like shiny, and the fact that they're probably touched several times a day by several different claws and paws and whatnot. Again, there is a set of knobs that have a lock, like a key lock to get in.
So if I try the knob, it's locked?
It is indeed locked.
Okay. Alright, same thing. I'll just try and act casually like I'm trying to unlock this door.
Okay, so this is much farther away from the entrance gate, so you probably wouldn't have disadvantage necessarily, because, people probably see you in there, but they're not saying anything. You're a guard. You're pretty obviously a guard. So
Alright.
Go ahead and roll your sleight of hand.
Okay. Okay, so that's going to be a 24.
Okay. Yeah, you pretty easily unlock this door and click, click, click. This is definitely not a difficult lock. It's not meant to be. It's a pretty rudimentary, pin system. And as you're, lining up the equipment to pick the lock, it clicks into place pretty easily, and you go for the handles and it unlocks.
Yeah. I'll open the door.
Okay, so as you guys walk in, we will jump back to you guys. So, you guys are starting to head towards the moors. So you make your way back the way you came, past the wolf statue, and you keep going down this thoroughfare. As you can see, the houses, again, they look significantly different from what you're used to. They're stucco houses, heather thatched roof, single rooms, but probably a little bit bigger. Just as you're glancing in, you'd see they would have several beds, dressers, maybe a nicer type of hearth and cauldron. These aren't slums as you guys have seen them in Taran and Shaggy Paw. This is I don't know a good description. A decent
lower middle class.
Right? Yeah. This is there's definitely some of those. There are definitely some that are pretty dilapidated and pretty bad, but there is quite a few that are nicer.
This is more like Roseanne.
Sure. If that's a reference that people understand, yes.
I don't know.
you would see like barrels outside people's homes, and like
Catching rainwater.
yeah, like there would be lots of utilitarian things like that around, like chickens about like pecking at corn and shit. And as Buck leads you a little bit in, you guys would be able to see there is a couple, like, so you get to the plaza of the moors, which would have, let me get the descriptions. You would see one smaller looking building. It has, it doesn't have like a sign out front necessarily, but it looks like a pretty seedy looking bar. You see a couple like younger, not like teens, but like probably 20-something, 30-something heading in there, like a small group of were creatures heading in there. And then across the way from that, there would be what looks like a terracotta single-story building with gray shingles and a tiny hardwood floors. Shiny hardwood floors, not tiny. Shiny hardwood floors. It looks like you can definitely see like some aerated smoke coming out of the door. It looks like kind of like a hookah lounge. Like you see some lanterns on the inside that are hanging from the rafters. It looks like not the shittiest place in the world, but it does look okay. And the sign up front is just like a nice little cup that is steaming, has some steam coming out of it. But Buck would direct you past both of those two establishments toward, like, on the opposite side towards where his home is. Are you guys stopping anywhere along the way, or are you just going straight to his house?
We'll just go to his house.
Okay, sounds good. So you head past the plaza a little ways in, and you'd be, like, going, sneaking through, like, back alleys, because, again, there isn't, like, roads. It's just, like, streets, back alleys to get to houses and whatnot. And you'd go past a couple houses and go around to, like, the backside. And this is, again, a smaller house, probably one bed, like a chest, probably not a dresser, probably a small cauldron and a table. It looks pretty deserted. And as he walks up, he just, like, flings open the door. Like, it doesn't have a lock on it, and if it did, it'd probably busted out.
Sure.
The windows are pretty covered in gunk and dirty. Like, this is slightly one step up from a house in Shaggy Paw, but not much.
Mm-hmm.
There would probably be, like, layers of moss growing on the outside, and, like, holes in the roof that are slowly dripping water, and, you get the gist. But he runs in and he just, like, jumps on the bed and starts, like, unfurling everything and, like, looking at all of his spoils.
Sure.
And he just, like, gestures you in, hey, come on in, guys.
I'll usher the other guys in, and then I'll take off my target. Do they have, like, a small front yard? Like
the front yard would be the street.
Oh.
Like, they might have, like, a window.
Hanging on the doorknob.
But yeah, there would be a doorknob you could hang it on if you'd like.
Yeah, I'll tie it in a knot around the doorknob.
Okay, sounds good. So you tie it up, and he, like, gives you a weird look, but he doesn't say anything as you're tying it up. Excuse me. What are you guys doing?
I'll say, do you have a good spot to hide? And I kind of point towards the, like, in his sleeve, the coin purse.
And he's like, I can probably hide it under the bed. And he lifts it up, and there's, like, a small chest that's underneath there. It looks like it's, pretty old.
Maybe you should wait to hide it until you give it to his mother.
I
feel like she knows that this chest is here.
Yeah, it's her chest, and he like pulls it out on the other side, and he like unfurls it, and you can see there's probably another set of clothes in there that look feminine, and older and ratty as well. There's probably a small coin purse in here. Doesn't seem to be a lot in it. Just glancing at it, but there's probably not much else in here. It's probably pretty empty. And he just like takes everything and just like dumps it in there, and it's getting to the point it's too full with his clothes and his boots and his satchel and everything. It's definitely not big enough, but he's gonna try and like close it anyway.
Maybe the boots don't need to go in the chest.
But they're so nice.
They are nice. It's true.
I don't want to leave them out.
Yeah.
I mean, any gestures at the door. It's not like anyone can like stop people from coming in.
Maybe I can arrange things in here a little bit to get them to fit.
Yeah, fold it really tight. Roll out the air.
And
But the boots are new, so just like put the clothes in the boots.
I kind of look around. This is a one bedroom.
One bedroom. Yep, definitely.
It's a studio apartment.
Yeah, essentially. It definitely looks like the bed. There'd be imprints of both of his mother and him.
Yeah.
Very this is my side of the bed. This is your side of the bed. It's big enough. It's barely big enough for the two of them. But being as he is at least pretty small. It's not necessarily hard for them to sleep in the same bed, but at least he doesn't have to sleep on the floor.
So you said there was a table in here. They don't have a dresser or anything.
No, they probably wouldn't have a dresser in here. You've seen other slightly nicer houses that have dressers, but you can definitely tell this chest is the dresser essentially.
Do they have a pantry cupboard?
There'd probably be next to the hearth. There'd be the cauldron, and a small little cupboard that would have food, maybe if they had food.
I take the sack that we'd gotten from the tavern and I hand it to Buck and I tell him, why don't you and Sapphire put that away and I'll see if I can get these things to fit for you.
Oh, that sounds nice. I appreciate that.
When they have it back turned, I look into the purse just to kind of see real quick how much they have saved up.
So there is probably about, I'll say 20 silver. And there is another, little nugget that looks like, let me get the description of that. Because it's not currency. It looks like something that...
Raw ore?
No. Roll me an intelligence check.
It's an 8.
You're not quite sure what this is. It looks like a little chunk of a brown powder of some sort. And you're not quite sure what it would do. You're just why is there just this weird brown powder inside this little satchel with money? But it looks like it might be from some sort of plant.
I take that out, but
okay.
And I'll put it in my own satchel.
Okay.
But then I quickly stuff in. You said there's 20 silver in here?
Yes.
Plus the satchel that he just put in there, which has my 5 gold I gave him, the 3 gold you gave him.
You just quadrupled their life savings.
Mm-hmm.
How
much money is a fortune?
I take the 20 silver out, but then I replace it with 10 gold.
Okay.
It's relative in who you are.
That's true.
And you took out the chunk?
The silver. Oh, and that. Yeah.
Okay.
That's
Sounds good. So you can put if you're actually wanting to add it to your inventory, you can put Valdair, a chunk of Valdair.
Valdair?
Vodare. Sorry, oh yeah, I spelled that right.
V what?
Vodare. Valdair.
Okay. Yeah, and I'll quickly do that, and I'll kind of roll up the clothes that we got him into a nice tight bundle. That way, things will start to fit a little bit better than just being thrown in the chest.
Okay, sounds good.
And I'll ask Finnick to help me, have him sit on the chest so I can get it to latch.
Sounds good. Yeah, it would definitely take a little bit of effort.
Yeah, it's a 2-person job.
Right, but you do manage to get it to latch. It is brimming full. But it manages to close just fine. And Buck is digging in his satchel and he pulls out his coin purse and he starts just thumbing through the coins, he's infatuated with the shiny.
How much does it cost? Did your house cost?
Oh, I don't know.
What are you going to do? Buy it?
What? No, I'm just making idle conversation.
That's an odd question.
Jesus.
Do you think the child would know what his house costs? You've never spoken with children before, have you?
No, I haven't.
I mean, maybe my mom would know. I don't know.
Do you think your mom likes ox?
I mean, we can always,
And apples, because we brought a lot of apples.
Yeah. We can leave it here for her. And
Rowan's actually an excellent cook. I bet he could make a nice, baked apple dish.
I don't bake.
He cooks
boiled apple dish.
Just like real Josh.
You make a good streusel.
Yeah. That's different.
Right.
A nice dessert? Rowan?
But, I'll say, where do the two of you get your groceries?
Well,
you yelled at me. Why are you asking?
I'm sure his mother takes him to the store so he knows what to get.
Just give the kids some money and leave.
She usually just
the question is
just tells me to go get stuff from the Lonely Tome, and you would know that they had food there.
They had seemed like the grocer of the area too.
Yeah, they were the general store. They had food. They had rations that you would use to cook with, but also to take on a journey. So I mean, you would have seen some of that stuff while you were there. But I mean, the merchants have some stuff too. And you also would have seen that there have been several merchants that were in the plaza that had, fresh fruit and meats and jerkies and sweet pies and shit like that. So a lot of the commerce is done in that area, which you would have already seen.
If I would have known that, I might have grabbed just
some food.
Yeah, some ration, not ration type food, but
general food cooking things
that aren't gonna be
flour
above what they would normally eat, not too too fancy or anything.
Right.
Stuff that they could use a lot of to make
general food.
Yeah.
Sure.
Flour, oats, that kind of thing.
I'll say, give me a gold for a bunch of different groceries.
Okay. I'll give you 2 because then it'll make me an even number.
Perfect. That works. So you stockpile them with a bunch of groceries. So you run quickly.
The kid tried to steal from some rich guy, and we caught him, and instead of reprimanding him, we just thought him.
Yeah.
He probably wouldn't even have been able to steal as much as you have given him.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe. Who knows?
That guy had a pretty fat purse.
He did.
You think that the general store
Doesn't mean
sells
it was
locks?
full
He
of
probably
fucking
repaired the
gold.
lock out
Could have
the
been
door.
full of platinum for all we know.
It's true.
Yeah.
Does that mean we should give them more?
Shush.
My God.
There were definitely locks in the general store, FYI, like padlocks.
Should we get them a lock for their door?
I'm not going back there.
That's true. We'll put it on a work order.
So you get a bunch of food to stockpile there.
Yeah, I'm mostly thinking things that are going to last a while, like dried oats and
non-perishables, really.
Okay, sounds good.
Flour and maybe some jerk meat or something.
Honey.
Hmm?
Honey.
That's pretty expensive stuff.
Yeah,
Even for a peasant.
because honey can be made into mead.
But honey is so good.
It is good, but if anybody around here knows he has honey, they're gonna rob him.
Oh. Okay, no honey.
You obviously did not grow up poor.
You saw where I grew up. I was
I
secluded.
didn't.
Yes, you were there. You were with us. I went and saw Father Isaac.
Oh, right, the church.
Yes.
Yeah. I didn't live among people at all.
Well, you were pretty stockpiled there for food anyway.
Yeah, we had our own garden.
Do you see a garden around here?
No.
You do not say garden.
With the other gold, I will have bought like a tiny tin of herbs.
Okay. What are you thinking? Like cooking herbs? I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Okay. Sounds good.
Yeah, dried, already prepared.
Right. Sounds good. So you fill their spice cabinet.
Oh, no. Just a tin. Just a tiny tin.
Okay. You have a small tin for cooking,
And
and
we fill their cupboards.
yes, you've given them way more food than they previously had. Are you
We
guys?
open the cupboards to unload their groceries, and there's like one almost bad carrot.
One sad limp
One
carrot.
really sad limp carrot.
Instant carrot.
And then we just like take the sad carrot and just like move it over and then just like load up their cupboards.
Mm-hmm.
I'll ask Buck. Your mother gets home in about an hour.
Yeah, she should be home soon. She sometimes stops and has a drink, or she stops at the tea room. So she likes to unwind after work.
Sure, understandable. And she's not going to be happy with a bunch of strangers in her house. So I'd like you to help me. Why don't you help me out? We'll prepare a nice meal for her.
I brought ox.
I will use the ox.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
And apples?
Sure.
Okay, sounds good.
You're gonna love this Buck. Rowan is the best cook.
Yeah, I bet. I mean, you got a bunch of supplies, and I ate really well earlier, and I'm assuming it'll be twice as good as that.
We can, do you know how to cut vegetables? You can help him?
And he pulls out like a small knife that looks pretty dull, but it looks like it might be able to cut some vegetables.
Do you have a sharpening block, Rowan?
Yeah,
With my cooking spot? Maybe? I don't know.
we'll say you did.
Okay.
You sharpen his knife up a bit?
So we can stab you and take the rest of your shit?
Is he that kind of kid?
No, he seems pretty nice.
Why would he do that? We've given him so much.
Right? But you have more.
Sapphire knows nothing about money. She'd just probably be like, oh, a platinum's not a lot, right? Here you go.
Stop it. Stop it.
Oh my god.
Meanwhile, Finnick's like, oh, I want that.
Not like these people wine and dining a child,
Right?
and then we're breaking and entering.
Right, yeah. So
Great first impression.
So you guys are starting to make dinner.
We're being nice.
Yeah.
I gave money to a peasant today. I clothed a child. It's been a good day. Sapphire,
I threatened a child.
Well, we
You
can't all
did,
have
yes.
good days.
Okay,
Well.
so we'll jump back to you guys. So you guys throw open the doors, and you see like a set of long hallways on both sides that have doors all along the hall. I mean, think schoolhouse. I mean, like very standard rooms strewn about. There'd be large hallways with, you know that there'd be sets of stairs going up to the upper hall above you. And glass windows, looking out to your back or right as you're walking down the hallway, or left, depending on where you go.
Left or right?
You know this place more than I do.
It's been years.
You definitely get floods of remembering bringing Seuss here to learn, arithmetic and history of Tabaxi art and lore, and you remember, her paw print painting hung up on that very wall. You're getting pieces of your history that happened here just come flooding back. It's very familiar. It hasn't changed that much.
There was a library down this hall. Let's head that way.
That sounds like a good place to start.
So we'll head towards the library.
Okay, sounds good. So you guys make your way down the hallway, and you take a left, and you would know that it's in the back corner. This seems pretty. The building seems pretty deserted. It's very quiet. You don't hear or see any other people in here. Are you being stealthy at all?
I think we're not trying to make noise, but I think I would default to stealthing just in case there was anyone here.
Okay, go ahead and roll stealth. Poor Fable. He's a loud dragonborn.
Boom, boom, boom. Yeah.
You have plus 12, honey.
Yeah, I know. I still like math.
Plus 14.
That's 26 total.
Okay.
13.
Okay. Chatz seems like he's pretty light on his feet, but you definitely can tell that Duke is, his weapons are clattering about on his back. Mm-hmm. And he's definitely not as quiet as you, but he's not, making a ruckus either. Mm-hmm.
I'm just casually walking.
Right, yeah. You're just... You're just walking, whereas Chatz is very, present and knowledgeable of you should, be quiet when you're breaking and entering.
I'm a Tabaxi. I'm also just walking.
Right. You and your stealthy Tabaxi. Right, your Tobins.
Yes.
We'll have you guys walk down the hall towards the double doors that lead to the library. You can see in there, there's just rows and rows and rows of books. But you can't quite make out any of the titles necessarily.
That's what Duke sounds like.
Yes, loud.
So there's books.
Yep, just dozens and dozens of books. As you fling open the set of double doors that lead to the library, you just see rows and rows of books on the walls, bookshelves in front of you that leads to a larger room past it that looks like it has a small balcony going up to look out kind of over the city.
Okay.
It doesn't seem like they've removed the books. They're just
It seems like they're here. They're just fine.
I think I am kind of curious, kind of back to my previous search, which was if this place is used, is there a lot of dust, or is there footprints going through here? Or?
This room seems very dusty, comparison to the previous areas you've been in. It seems like it's not as well trafficked. There probably would be some footprints and whatnot, through the dust, but not nearly as much as the other areas.
Do they look like Tabaxi, or do they look like humanoid or were footprints?
Roll me investigation.
Oh, that's 20.
Yeah, they do seem humanoid. They do not seem Tabaxi.
Okay.
So, as you guys are investigating this library, and you're looking around, trying to find more clues, we will take our first break for the night. Thanks for tuning in to Campaigns of the Plains channel. Catch new material every Friday on YouTube, and make sure to follow us on Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, and Facebook. Now, on with the show. And welcome back. So we are going to pick up with you guys entering the library. You're doing some investigating. You found that the footprints are humanoid, but there is definitely like a layer of dust on most things in this library.
I think I would want to kind of see if the footprints lead to a certain section.
They would definitely be like strewn about to different bookshelves. Are you like investigating specific books or anything on the shelves?
Yeah, like I'm seeing if I were able to distinguish a set of footprints, if it like led to like a spot in a bookshelf where I might be able to see what titles are in that area, you know?
Yeah. I mean, pretty simple. I mean, you can follow several different paths, and there would be several different different sets of footprints. As you're going about, you would see several different types of books. Some of them would be like history type books. Some of them would be like magical type books. Some of the titles you probably wouldn't be able to read necessarily. Are you like picking up any books or anything like that? Or are you just kind of browsing? Just, like,
I might like pick up one or two books, like especially like the kind of in the history section, you know.
So, as you go and grab one of the books, you pull it off the shelf and you're thumbing through it a bit, and it talks about various like rituals that are performed for maybe like that have been performed throughout the years for worshipping like the moon goddess Saloon, or different types of transformations that have happened throughout the werewolves, different lifespans, and like how different types of transformations cause deformations or something. Some of them are rare, blah, blah, blah. Like, it's a generic history book of, lycanthrope stuff.
I'm kind of intrigued by this book. I think I'm gonna, like, slip this into my bag.
So as soon as you try and put it in your bag, it does not leave your hand.
Oh. Huh.
What?
It's stuck.
What do you mean?
Try grabbing it.
Some sort of prank?
No.
We don't have time for this.
I, like, try and open my hand and it is, like, waving around.
Oh, God, what are you doing?
So as you're waving it around, you feel like a sharp pain on the inside of your hand, and you take...
The book bit you.
No.
Mimic book.
You take...
Let's be real. It's been cursed so that Tabaxi can't pick it up.
You take 7 damage. 5 of that is piercing, 2 of it is acid.
Okay.
Oh.
Nope. Ouch.
And you hear like a as it definitely was teeth that bit you.
Okay.
And the pages start to like flap a bit as this thing seems to be alive of some sort.
What kind of books do you have here?
This is not my book. Rabbit is hurting me.
I am not going to touch it if it is hurting.
As you're like fighting against this, several of the books, like strewn about all over the walls now, are starting to fly off the shelves.
Oh my God!
You people have a terrible idea of keeping a library.
Shush! It's a library. Be quiet. We need to get out of here.
Go ahead and roll for initiative as
Jesus.
these things fly off and start flying at you specifically.
Okay. Advantage?
I have advantage on my initiative rolls.
God damn you.
I have
Matt,
for
no,
like
you
ever.
can't resist touching things.
Okay, Duke or Christian, are you keeping initiative?
I don't know.
Can you keep initiative for me, please?
Could you please?
Maybe. If it's... Here it is, okay.
What?
But I'd have to delete the lost episode.
It's not the lost episode, it was our episode.
Well, they don't know that.
I got the
Yeah.
last episode.
Yeah, sure.
We do other things outside of this
No,
recording.
our life
Don't
is
tell them
only
that.
the internet.
Right.
They need to learn at some point.
No, our life is only
Children.
the internet. We
I hope there's not children watching this.
Yeah, no, we say fuck
Oh
a lot.
my god. No, children, if you're watching this, turn it off.
No.
This is not the show for you.
I don't like
If
children. I don't like children.
If
And two of
you're-
your parents are evil. You should talk to someone.
If your parents are cool with it,
yeah, if your parents give you approval to watch it, it's totally cool. But like,
Kids
don't
do
repeat
like
swear
Don't
words.
listen to your cool aunts and uncles.
just
Just don't repeat
do
swear
anything
words.
we do.
Swear words are for adult people.
Wait, so they can't say fuck?
No.
I have to
You
cut
can
this
take on
because
TV.
our, like, fucking rating is just, like, 10. In one,
Well,
like,
I quoted George Carlin, so we might get sued.
oh.
So just cut that all out. It'll just be like jump cut to us
It's
back
just
in
going to be me going, I like kids.
That's just on repeat
Yeah.
for a good 5 minutes. You're not gonna.
You guys like,
You're never gonna see it. So
no, I'll never see this.
yeah.
Like, goes to the black hole of the internet.
But
Right.
I wouldn't mind watch it one day.
He does get to watch us
Yeah.
while we're gone.
Well, good for him.
No wonder why he jumps and
Oh.
He's happy to see you.
Right. Anyway, so do you have the initiative?
You're
We're in
back in your
combat.
book.
Christian's making a note. Cut out this part.
I have to rebuild the sheet because it was...
Oh yeah,
I
because
can't
we
do
used it
this.
for the not lost episode.
It was not recorded.
Yeah, it was not recorded, so
Lost.
yeah, it's lost.
What do you have?
Oh, 22.
What'd you get?
He has a fucking +6.
Yeah, he's got
This
good
is
dex.
bullshit.
He's got good dex. What do you want from him?
What do you got?
+3.
Oh, that's sad.
And pray I don't take alert and get another +5 to that.
You just need to get good,
Did
scrub.
you say 22?
22, yeah. What'd you get?
I'm fucking 9.
Oh, well, the
Maybe Duke just needs to do some like ballet or something to get his dex
books
up.
got 12, so they at least beat Duke.
They at least beat Duke? That's a fucked
No,
up
they
thing to
literally
say.
beat
Books
Duke.
faster than you?
They just like
Yeah.
slap you with their little book
I'm more
covers.
concerned with why the Tabaxi have a fucking library of, like,
Aggressive
evil
books.
Yeah. Like, who does that?
I like it.
What is wrong with you people?
This is not our fault. It was not like this.
So, there are 5 books, including the one that is currently stuck to your hand. Some of them are going to be flying across the room at you. So I need you to make either Dex or Strength saving throws to dodge out of the way. Go ahead and make 4 of them. 4, because they're going directly at the big boy.
You said Dex saves?
Dex or Strength saves.
Oh. Well. 28. Well, no. I'll do Dex because I get advantage on Dex.
Okay.
So that would be 23.
Okay.
24. 23. Natural 20.
Okay, so these things come flying at you across the room, and you manage to dive your way out of all 4 of them.
Dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodge.
Yep, you did all that as they, like, Matrix style, as they come across and just bam, 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 right in front of you. And they
We're nailing it today.
they smack the bookshelf right in front of you.
Do they make, like, little oof noises when they hit the...
They make, like, wah sounds as they smack the
Gremlin noises.
Yes, Portuguese gremlins.
I was-
specifically.
I was really hoping for, like, a...
Is that what you're looking for? Anyway, so they fly across the room, and they don't hit you, unfortunately. But one of them is going to open its maw and you see like a white light shoot out, and it's gonna do a spell.
Ugh.
They fucking know magic?
There are books.
They are the smartest things on the planet.
Okay, so you see 3 darts shoot out of its mouth.
What the fuck?
3 glowing white darts. 2 of them hit Duke, 1 of them hits Chatz.
Do I have to make a saving throw?
Magic missile.
This is magic missile.
Oh.
So you get hit for
Fucking book shooting magic missiles?
3 and 2, so 5 whole damage. Are you gonna use shield?
Are you tempted?
No.
DM casting shade.
Nah.
Okay.
I'll allow it.
Okay. So you get hit for a whole 5 damage, and Chatz gets hit for a whole 3 damage.
Oh.
This is force damage.
I don't have that much.
You don't have that much what?
Health.
You have plenty of health. What are you talking?
Of course. Yeah, right now.
Until you don't.
Yeah. It whittles away fast. Whittles.
They just paid nickel and diamond, yeah.
It whittles away fast.
The other 3 are going to try and bite at Duke.
Oh my god.
These books bite.
Yeah, literally. But, one of them is going to hit. The other 2 missed terribly. They're trying to bite at your arms and legs, but your hide is too strong. One of them does get through, though. And it pierces, and you wince as you can feel like the acid from its saliva start to burn you. You take...
It's a weird sensation being bitten by a book.
You take a whole 2 piercing and 2 more acid.
So 4 total?
4 total.
Oh, no.
That's
fuck!
Oh.
That's the whole surprise round.
We're heading to town to visit the blacksmith for repairs.
Uh-oh.
What?
His D&D Beyond crashed. Oh, sorry. That was a name drop.
I mean, we use D&D
Not
Beyond.
a sponsor. Yet.
I feel like most people who play D&D use D&D Beyond at this point.
Sure.
Yeah,
Why not?
Sure, why not?
Okay.
So it is Chatz's turn at the beginning.
Okay. This pissed me off. I'm going to take out with my non-occupied hand.
Okay.
Lionheart, my short sword, and I'm going to stab the book in my other hand.
Okay, sounds good. Go ahead and give me an attack roll. Yeah. you definitely might hurt yourself, but...
Okay.
Fine, I'll hurt him too.
Getting stabbed through the hand doesn't hurt us so much as the relearning to use it.
Okay, that's going to be a 22 to hit.
Yeah, that definitely hits. Go ahead and roll damage.
Okay. Oh, that's a 7 damage.
Yeah, you killed this thing, and you also pierced your own hand for 7 damage.
Oh. Bullshit.
You literally are stabbing the thing that's attached to your hand, honey.
Honey, I can say bullshit and still accept your ruling, okay?
Okay.
I love you, and you're a good DM.
Thank you. Anyway, so there's 4
You're such
more.
a fucking brown-nosing kiss.
I mean, he has to.
Fuck you,
He has
you
to.
beautiful man.
This is the thing you were talking about that you like, right? No.
I mean, he has to if he wants to ride home. Anyway, so there's 4 more flying books that are just like flapping around at you. It's their turn now, actually. Unless you have anything else, Chats.
Okay, well,
like a bonus action or some shit.
That was your action, so yeah, you would have a bonus action.
I guess now that my damaged hand is free,
Yeah.
I think I'm going to. Let's see. Where's the next book from me?
They're all in immediate distance of you, like 5 feet.
Okay.
They're all like flapping around right next to you, and like they were specifically latching on to Duke, so
okay.
he's trying to.
Sorry, Duke. I'm going to pull out the Blade of Lost Love, and I will attack one of the books that is attached to Duke.
Okay, go give me an attack roll.
With my offhand.
I should have shot.
That's going to be a 20 to hit.
And you can use your action to shield, by the way.
Well, I know, but like, if I was going to do it, I should have done it initially, so that I could have
negated some of the damage. Okay, that was 20 to hit, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And that's 5 damage.
So you stab through one of the books that was biting at Duke. That, as you have noted, and maybe you did or didn't notice, but it did latch onto him as it bit him. So you definitely would puncture through the book and into Duke. So Duke would also take 5 damage. But the book dies. And a little bit of acid kind of spills out and eats away at your flesh a little bit. It's not enough to do damage, but it's definitely like...
enough to singe. No.
Right, yep. Death throat.
Maybe you should try a swiping motion instead of stabbing.
I'm doing my best here.
Okay. Is that the end of your turn?
Yeah, I use my action and bonus action, and I don't know if we should leave or stay right now, so I'm just gonna stay.
You already killed 3?
2. There's 2. There's 3 left.
They're easy to kill, just really annoying. Yeah.
You can definitely tell that the acid that they spit up definitely seems to be doing damage to the book itself. Just a note that you would notice.
Well, they're attacking. Do they all look like the same book?
No. Like, some of them are blue, some of them are black, some of them are red. They look indistinguishable from literally any other book.
Okay.
Are any other books coming alive?
You don't notice any books at the moment.
Okay.
But who knows?
Okay.
Could be more. Anyway, so the couple of books that are still flapping there, gonna try and bite at you. I'll have one go for Duke and one go for Chatz. 19 hit both of you, correct?
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay, so you each have one that latches onto you. That's 4 plus 2, so 6 damage each. The other one missed. So you each have a book.
Fuck it. I'll use Uncanny Dodge.
Okay, so you'll take half damage. You each have a book attached to your arm, and another one that's like flapping in your faces. But that's the end of the turn. So it's Duke's turn now.
Okay. So there's one that's like floating, flapping around.
Flapping right in your face, yep. Okay.
I'm going to swipe down on that one with my sword.
Okay, go ahead and give me an attack roll.
Yeah, your sword.
Yeah, that's like a 23.
That definitely hits.
What do you use? D8. No, D10.
D10 it up.
9.
Yeah, you slice that book in half, and as you do, the acid starts to like spew out of the side, like the sides from where you cut it in half, and it just like seeps down the pages and then falls flat to the ground. It's straight up dead. But
Cool.
you each still have one on your arms. You are considered grappled, FYI, by these. So,
So, can I like,
you don't have disadvantage necessarily, though. You're not restrained.
as like an unarmed strike, just take it and like take my arm and just like bash it against a wall with this thing on
Yeah, you
it?
totally can.
Cool. Well, 26.
It definitely hits.
It just deals 5 damage. As an unarmed, if you want to rule that way.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
I was just curious what you added to it, because you wouldn't be proficient.
It's a plus 10 on my unarmed strike.
Damn, okay. Yeah, I mean, you easily hit it, and you destroy this thing. So you, like, break its spine, essentially. The spine of the book. And
you get the X-ray mode and everything.
And you hear, like, a crack and as it releases, and it just falls slumped to the floor. So you are free of your appendage attachment. But Chat still has his. Is that the end of your turn?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, hold on, can I? Well, no, the only thing I can do as a bonus is, like, hurt you a lot.
Right, breath weapon. So, at the top of the round, you guys hear several more books start to rattle around throughout the room. It seems like there is perhaps dozens more, but they have not started to fling themselves across the room yet. It seems like this may or may not be a lot of said book mimics in here, but they have not attacked as of now. But it's your turn.
I will tell Duke, I think we need to leave. So I have one attached to me and one hovering.
Nope, he cut that one.
He cut that one, okay. So I have one attached to me. I'm going to stab that one.
Okay, you're going to give me an attack?
That'll be 16 to hit.
16 hits?
Okay. That's going to be 11 damage, but...
Okay, yeah. You easily slice this thing, and you also take 11 damage.
Yeah.
As you're slicing through it, and you cut your arm with the same swath. But you managed to free yourself.
Are there any more books hovering around us right now?
No. They're just kind of shaking in place at the moment.
Okay, I'm beelining it for the door.
Okay, sounds good. So as soon as you start beelining it for the door, several more that are farther back start to like throw themselves, but they can't quite make it towards you guys. But they're not in range to actually hit you. It seems like they were too far away. But it seems like there are more coming. So it is now Duke's turn.
How far from the door am I?
You'd be able to get to the door.
Okay.
You have plenty of movement.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna go as well.
Bolt?
Yeah.
Okay, sounds good. So you guys run towards the door. Are you shutting the door behind you?
Yes.
Okay, sounds good. So as soon as you guys run through the door, shut the door behind you, like several of the books would start like attacking at the door, but it would be a pretty futile effort. Then they can't break through it necessarily. So as long as you are on the other side of that door, you're technically out of combat. So you're definitely making a ruckus. Like, they are not quiet. They're, like, chirping and growling at you, and, like, their pages are flapping at you. Like, this is definitely not quiet. So you think that you may or may not have, drawn attention to yourselves? Who knows?
I don't think I want to invest in this place.
That's a fair assumption. I think we should get out of here before we attract any attention.
I don't know, we've attracted enough as it is. Just getting in, we might as well see what else is.
Really? Okay.
You're a god. And
I'm not a god.
What?
A guard.
Yes, I apologize that the accent I'm trying to foe with... I don't know your language.
Okay. Anyway, let's look upstairs.
Okay.
Well, there was the branch. We went left.
You went right.
Right.
And then took a left and went down the hall.
Fine, let's check
Let's
the
try
other branch.
way, and then
Yes.
we'll find a way up from afterward.
Okay, so you guys start...
Not going to lead to another library, is it?
No. For the record, those books were cursed. We never had any books like those.
So you guys are starting making your way to the other side of the school. We'll jump back to you guys. So you guys are making a lovely stew from the ox and the seasonings that you guys picked up. It's not hard. You've worked with ox before. Go ahead and give me an intelligence check just to see how well you prepare this food. You would have proficient because of your cooking tools. Your cooking tools.
18.
Yeah, so even though you have gotten used to using the cauldron for a while, like, you remember what it's like to make recipes, and you make a very hearty stew pretty quickly, pretty easily, and the room is just the aroma smells delicious. It's very aromatic. That's what I was thinking for. But it definitely it makes the home seem a little bit homier. Like it's definitely not as sad of a house anymore. And I mean, you guys recently ate, so it's not like you are starving. But you probably could eat if you really want to. Rosemary would probably help herself since she did not eat previously, because she didn't spend any money. But she would help herself, and I mean,
Rosemary, you've been so quiet this whole day. What do you think about all of this?
It's very nice what you guys are doing for him. Buck, yes, Buck.
You forgot his name, Rosemary?
I was busy.
Drunk.
No.
I saw you getting them wine glasses at that establishment before.
You mean where Bryce died? Is that what you're talking about?
No, I'm talking about just recently when we had lunch.
Oh, I didn't have any wine.
You didn't order any lunch. You only ordered wine.
I didn't order anything. What are you talking about?
Rosemary.
You don't know what you're talking about.
We're going to have an intervention.
I don't know what you're talking
You
about.
got drunk during the middle of the zombie apocalypse.
I was terrified. What do you want?
So was I wasn't drinking?
Yes, you were. Yeah, you had drinks.
I only had like one.
Yeah, she drank the entire bottle.
Yeah, she drank like 5 bottles.
Regardless, Buck will start to help himself to the stew and chow down, and he thanks you and says, I really appreciate everything you guys are doing for me. I hope my mom comes home soon, but sometimes she stays out late. Like I said, she likes to unwind after work, so it may be a little while. We can maybe go find her if you want. I mean, we can let her know that there's food here, so she doesn't have to buy any. But
yeah, you know what? That might not be a bad idea. What do the rest of you think? It's been a while since we've I'll take my pocket watch out and look, and like it's been a while since we've heard from Duke and Chatz.
I mean, I can message them if you'd like. If you want me to tell them to meet up with us, or
yeah, why don't you check in on them?
Yeah, Rosemary,
it's been a while.
Would be helpful. Yeah.
So Rosemary will send you a message and say, we are helping Buck get settled at his home, waiting for his mother. How are things going at the school?
Who's she sending it to specifically?
You.
I will say back to her, well, I really hope we don't die.
That's it? That's all you send back?
See you soon.
Okay. You immediately get...
See the alarmed look.
Yeah, an alarmed look on her face as she looks at you and says, they hope they're not going to die? Like, this would be after the books had attacked you.
Right.
And you guys are making your way to the other side. She sends you another message. Are you okay? Do you want us to come help?
We hit the books pretty hard.
I see what you did there.
We're still exploring the school. We will report back when we can.
Where did you send them, Rowan?
Something to explore school. I wasn't
How
expecting...
are they almost dying in a school?
I don't know the school. It's... I look at Buck and I'm like, is this school dangerous, Buck?
I mean, I've never been there, but I know a lot of Tabaxi go there. They have a lot of equipment to, like, learn how to mine and shit, so it could be dangerous. Maybe if they're, not using the equipment correctly or something. But Rosemary will say, they said they were hitting the books hard. I don't know if that's a euphemism.
Are they...
I don't. They seem, if they're reading, I don't know how dangerous that can be unless they're reading dangerous books.
Are books dangerous? Can books be dangerous?
Yes, books can be very, very dangerous.
Well, why are they reading dangerous books, and why are they keeping dangerous books in a school?
I mean, maybe for education.
Maybe it's a euphemism. Maybe they're, like, having sex.
Maybe. I mean, they're the old men. It makes sense.
I mean, they have been together longer than all of us.
Yeah.
There could be some secret romance.
They're like a married couple, right?
Yeah.
That's enough of that. Finnick, why don't you and Sapphire go check on them, and I will go and try
Excuse
to...
me, I don't want to go and hit books hard.
Would you like to go find Buck's mother?
I'd like to go find Bram.
Yeah. I would like to. That's who we've been looking for this whole time.
Well, if they're in trouble, they'll find us, right?
Either that or they'll get arrested.
Oh, Chatz is a guard. I hope they don't.
I don't think we're there because they were hoping the mother could...
We'll do the thing.
But yes, you're right. We should find Bram because it's getting late.
Let's go to that shady bar. If he's anywhere, he's there, right?
Well, you two go look for Bram. I'm going to go try to find Buck's mother with him.
Oh, okay. That sounds good.
Hey, Finnick, you want to go have a date at a shady bar?
I guess if we get out of here, that's not like a better plan.
Okay, so, you guys
Also,
are...
we did this. Rowan got arrested.
Rosemary,
right.
actually, you should go with Rowan so he doesn't get arrested.
Great idea.
Yeah.
I will keep an eye on the cuz.
Thanks. Let's Finnick, let's go on a date.
And the child.
You guys have fun with that child.
Right. So,
Please never phrase it that way ever again.
right. So you guys head off to
We're splitting the party even more.
Yep.
The
You know what's a good idea? Triple split.
So you guys head to
I don't know.
I don't know, but I'm changing the
I like
name of
that.
my notes to the triple split.
Triple split. So you guys are both heading to the plaza because Buck would say she might be at the tea room, which is in the plaza of the north. So you guys make your way back to that circular plaza that had the CD bar and the tea room.
I'm gonna call it the triple bananas
across from each other. In the CD bar, you see it's a timber-framed, large single-story, pretty worn-down old building. Gray shingle roofs. It's very loud and boisterous. From the outside, you hear a bunch of hooting and hollering. You see a guy out front that has a small little table that seems to be rolling, like he has like a small little cup and he's rolling some dice. And then there's a small crowd around him that seems to be some sort of gambling of some sort. You can see in through the window there is a pretty long-haired, gray, tall Tabaxi man that seems to be tending the bar. And you can hear and see there's a lot of older, I shouldn't say older, like 20, 30-something were creatures that seems to be drinking, hooting, and hollering on the inside as well. So you head in there. Are you doing anything before you head in? Are you there? So there's people outside, seem to be gambling. There's a bunch of, and they are were creatures. And then there's people inside that seem to be hooting and hollering. drinking, having festivities. You do see there's a stage on the opposite side of the room from the entrance. But this is a pretty... It's not very big for how many people are in here. It's a pretty big crowd tonight. But there's tables. There's probably at least one table that you can see from the entrance that is open. What are you guys doing?
Let's go get a drink. Maybe.
So there's gambling, there's drinks, there's a stage, there's several groups of loud, drunken were creatures.
Is it all were creatures in here?
Yes. For the most part, it is were creatures in here.
I don't know if this is the right place to be.
I don't know if this is the right place to be either.
Yeah.
The bartender is Tabaxi.
You think we'll get better information on that bartender, or if we go hit up a homeless guy on the street?
I feel like anyone would be better information than...
A child?
Well, that too.
Mm-hmm.
But then this bar full of weird creatures.
Let's go hit up a homeless Tabaxi on the street.
Okay, sounds good. So,
we walk in and see where creatures go.
Reverse.
Yeah.
Oh.
Reverse! With a reverse card!
As soon as you guys start turning around, you hear from behind you, there is a group of were creatures that seem to be playing some cards. And you hear like a scuffle start to break out, like, "You're cheating!" And you hear a punch just... and there's this, like, table goes flying, and, like, swords get drawn, and, like, they seem to be, like, about to scuffle. And then you hear, "Welcome to the stage, Adonis," and you hear, you hear behind, like, very old, tattered clothes, clothing, the curtain draws, and it's a female Tabaxi who is very scantily clad. She is black fur, probably in her like late 40s. Definitely not probably like B or C tier if you're going to like an actual strip club. But she seems to be like slowly dancing out, and she has
she looks just as confused while she's doing it too, like,
right.
what am I doing?
Like, there's no music or anything.
Jack Skellington?
I have a video I found earlier.
She has like a shawl on and like a purple skimpy outfit, and like she's like taking the shawl and trying to look as sexy as possible to these were creatures. Definitely not putting her all into it necessarily, but she, especially because there is a what?
Is the Moss Isley music playing?
Sure.
Yeah, let's go Canteen.
Oh, we're gonna get sued.
The episode where we... Oh, that's the name of it.
The episode where we get sued.
Anyway.
Is that a song title? I think we're gonna get double sued for that.
We're fucked.
I mean, as long as they don't use our lawyers made us change the name of this song, because that's probably a song.
Yeah, so now we're definitely getting sued.
I said a song title, it's fine.
Okay, anyway.
But, it looks like the Tabaxi bartender is going over to help, like, break up the fight, and make sure that the young lady is okay, as she is trying to dance, but she's very awkwardly trying to avoid the group of fighting that seems to be going on. As you guys start making your way out, you do see some older Tabaxi, like pretty slovenly clothing, similar to what Buck was wearing previously, like the tattered robes types of things. They approach the guy who is gambling, and they like onlook with wonder at the amount of coin that's being spent at this table. And it looks like they're playing a very simple dice game. And you hear the guy behind the counter, behind the table say, try your luck. We have several different games of chance if you are so willing to part with some of your coin and perhaps have a Vadra's favor. And several were-creatures and Tabaxi alike are gambling at this table. It seems like it's a pretty simple game. Like they just roll some dice, and if they roll high or low, depending on what they are expecting, they get money. What are you guys doing?
I don't think that I want to ask about some like rebellious guy
No, I don't.
in a bar full of Tabaxi weird creatures, you know. Maybe let's see.
We'll just keep on walking.
Yeah, we'll keep on walking. See if we can't see a homeless guy, a beggar, a begging Tabaxi.
There won't be any beggars out right now, but I mean, you can probably meander through some of the streets, and there'd probably be like people just wandering about. Go ahead and give me perception checks as you're kind of meandering through the city at dark, like just dark now, and there's probably not a lot of light around.
15.
Not that good.
So you guys start to wander through the several back alley streets. I'm assuming you're staying in the nearby vicinity.
Yeah.
Trying to go too far.
I don't think so.
It's up to you.
No, we
want to
to be. No.
Are you
I don't think we need to be. We're just... I loop my arm in yours like we're just like drunk and out, like trying to return home or something.
Okay, sounds good. Give me a performance check.
Yay!
To see how drunk you pretend to be.
I'm gonna pretend to be drunk. Okay, well I have a +7, so that's 18.
Okay.
Oh, Finnick!
Are you pretending to be drunk too, or are you?
No, I haven't been drinking.
I haven't been drinking either.
Yeah. Okay.
No, but I wouldn't. Like.
Oh, okay. So yeah, you pretty effortlessly seem to be. Are you trying to be boisterous to try and like draw attention to yourself?
Nope, just like we're casually walking or whatever.
So you start meandering through some back alleys in the hopes of finding a stray homeless Tabaxi. So we're going to jump back to you in the tea room. So you and Rosemary and Buck head over to you see a single-story building with gray shingle roof and nice a nice large rug. As you enter on the floor, there are several lanterns hanging about. Several of the tables have hookahs on them, and behind the counter you see a female Tabaxi. Description. She has long gray fur. You can see she has golden eyes. She's about 5'5", pretty lean, oblong face. She has a piercing on her top of her left ear. She looks like she's resting her hands on her chin, and she looks like she's about to fall asleep. There are a couple of the patrons in here that seem to be sipping on tea and zonked out almost. You do see a woman who looks like she has passed out, who Buck immediately runs over to and starts to try and shake her awake. And as you enter, the Tabaxi woman addresses you and says, "Welcome to the Black Phoenix tea room. Would you like to try any of our teas?" You can tell she's either very sleepy or very, perhaps. But she seems very just docile. How can I help you?
I think we already found what we were looking for. Thank you.
Very well. Feel free to take a seat and try one of our hookahs. And Buck is like vigorously trying to wake up his mom, and she obviously is like just like out of it. Like she's not dead or anything. Like she's breathing, but like she definitely looks like she
is stoned out of her gourd.
Correct. And Rosemary comes over to her and like tries to tend to her a bit, but let me see how well her message is. Pretty good. She'd be able to at least determine, like looking at her eyes and looking at like smelling the tea that's in front of her, that yes, she has taken some sort of drug. I'm not sure what exactly it is, but she's probably going to be out for at least an hour or two. We probably should bring her home at least. Maybe don't drink that tea.
I'm fine on it. Would you mind carrying her? She probably doesn't seem too large, but I don't think I could carry her.
She's pretty small, compared, like she about the same build as Buck, but obviously older, black fur. She's wearing pretty tattered clothes as well, like a pretty dirty work uniform. It looks like similar to some of the things that the other Tabaxi have been wearing when they're following their owners and whatnot. Mm-hmm. So Rosemary grabs her and picks her up, and like fireman carries her through and makes sure not to hit her head on the way out. And I'm assuming you guys are heading back to the house then? Okay. So you head back to the house. Oh.
When we're getting there, you said there's barrels out here collecting drain water, right? Yeah. Yep. I say, hold on a second, Rosemary. Over here by this one, and I have her get close to one of the barrels, and I like dunk her head in real quick.
Okay. So as you do that, like you definitely would get a reaction out of his mother, but it's almost like it's not like an angry like you just woke me up. It's like you
brought her from her high.
Right, like you definitely interrupted like a good nap she was having, and she's like, what's going on? And like her eyes are half open, and you can definitely see like her eyes are bloodshot. She definitely does not look coherent. She looks like she is about to fall asleep at any second. And Buck is like, Mom! And he like smacks her on the face a little bit. I made some new friends. Look at my nice clothes. And like, he's saying this pretty loud. Definitely not being discreet about it. And she's like, oh, that's nice, honey. And she just like zonks out again.
Take her face and dunk it again.
What? Stop it! Like, you can definitely tell, like, it's helping, but she's still slurring her words. She's still having trouble focusing.
I take one of my cups from my mess kit, and I, like, take a big old cup of water, and I kind of help her drink it. Mm-hmm. Kind of rub her throat to get it down her gullet, so she's getting some water.
She would definitely, like, start to drink the water, but she would also like almost try and fight you off, like I don't need you type of thing. Almost like a weird confidence, like I don't need your pity type of thing, or sympathy. But she definitely would drink the water, with some fight. But are you heading back to the house then?
Yeah.
You force feed her some water?
Yep. And then I will set her down in one of the chairs at the table and scoop her up some of the stew and bring it over to her, and I'll be like, eat.
And she'd be a little bit more coherent at this point. She would look around and see all of the people in her house that she doesn't recognize. And
she's me and Rosemary.
Right, but still.
Yeah.
And she is trying to eat and, like, missing her mouth with the spoon.
Buck, maybe you better help her.
Like, and he's like, yeah, you're right. And she kind of just, like, slumps in her chair as he holds her head up and starts to try and feed her. And he's like, I'm really sorry about this. This is pretty rare for her.
I have a feeling it's not too rare. But that's okay, kiddo.
So he's going to try and keep feeding her. We will jump back to you two. So you guys are searching around. You eventually do find a small hovel that seems to have a small family, like a man and wife and several kids that are running around. They are just like in an alley, like kind of tucked behind some houses. That it seems to have made like a makeshift home.
Like they definitely live in this hovel.
Yeah, like there's just a bunch of like barrels and boxes and whatnot that they've kind of turned into a small little alcove for them to live in. And the kids are like running around and like chasing a twig around or something. Like they got nothing. And the mom is like has like a small little stove that she's cooking what looks like some porridge or something in. Doesn't smell good.
Are they Tabaxi?
They're Tabaxi. Are you guys approaching?
Yeah,
I'm assuming?
sure.
Are you still acting drunk?
No.
Okay. So as you're approaching, the kids kind of give you weird looks. As you guys are much fancier dressed than they are, as they are in like
rags,
like literal rags.
We're just in travel. Like out of all of the party members, I feel like Finnick and Sapphire are the least up to do. I'm just wearing travel clothes and like armor.
I
mean,
you are both well.
Like our clothes aren't holy, but like I'm thinking like tuxedo.
Right. Yeah, no, you're not
right.
Like tuxedo, but you are well equipped. Your hair is constantly flowing in the wind at odd angles.
At all times. It's just like I'm like a CoverGirl commercial or
literally.
Whatever. Yeah, L'Oreal commercial.
Right. You have a cat around your neck. Like there's a lot of interesting things about both of you.
Mm-hmm.
So they kind of like gawk at you for a bit as they just kind of stare and they yell, "Mommy!" as the parents like turn around and look at the two of you as you guys approach.
Hi.
The father steps up, who is like a tabby. It looks like he also is wearing rags. Similar, like dark brown, black cloak, holes all over. And he approaches and says, "Can I help you? Are you lost?"
We are looking for someone, and we are a bit lost. Yes.
Well, what can I help you find?
Do you... Should I just lead with it?
I mean...
Sure, why not?
Whatever.
Do you... What's that guy's name? Bram, yeah. Do you know someone by the name of Bram in this area?
So as soon as you say that name, you definitely get like a reaction. Like you can just innately see that
that he knows who I'm talking about.
Right, like it's not hard to like. He's not very good at hiding it.
Mm-hmm.
But go ahead and roll me an insight anyway to see how much you glean from that.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Oh!
Natural 20?
Yeah! So it's 26 total.
You can definitely tell that he recognizes the name. He recognizes that it's dangerous, that people are asking for him. But he definitely knows who you're talking about. He knows, like it's his brother. But he's also very nervous about
I still
the
have
fact
the coin that has Silas' symbol on it.
Oh, okay.
So I'll hold it out in my palm and I'll say, we don't mean him any harm.
Go ahead and roll me persuasion with advantage.
Okay.
As you are showing a coin from the chain uprising.
Okay. 18.
So as soon as you show the coin and say that you don't mean him any harm, he looks you both up and down and says, "Who are you, and why are you looking for this Bram?"
The person who gave me this coin told me to ask for him while we were here.
And what did this person say to look for?
Bram.
I don't remember. Me personally,
Yeah.
I don't
Right.
remember.
So
I remember her saying that he could give us lodging, and I don't remember anything after that.
she didn't give you like a description of him necessarily.
Yeah.
Other than his name is Bram Felden.
Okay.
And he is Tabaxi, and that he is like a leader of the faction.
So
of
I will
the
say,
Chain Uprising. Like he.
This person said he could give us a place to stay while we're here. We want to help.
He looks at both of you and says,
We have others with us too. We're all here to help.
He looks inquisitive and says, "How many others are there? How many know of this?" Like you can tell he's getting defensive.
3, 4. How many are 4 others? One is a child of this mountain.
You have a Tabaxi with you?
Maybe.
How? Like saying that? Like you can definitely tell just looking at him. He looks very confused. What?
I don't want to say much. I don't want to put him in danger, but he's a very good friend of mine, and he wants to help, and we want to help him.
Very well. Do you know where? Do you know? You don't know where to find him, but I can lead you there for a price. And you can definitely tell that he is. He's not holding his hand out, his paw out necessarily, but he is definitely eyeing your coin purse.
The one that's in my bra that he can't see.
Okay, eyeing Finnick's coin purse, if it's present.
Of course.
Yeah, he would open up his bag and rummage around and see what he has that he wants to get rid of.
While Finnick's doing that, I kind of see the kids peeking, and so I pull out one of obsidian Lily's cat toys, and I set her on the ground and I start playing with her, and and I hold it out for the kids to play with her.
They are tentative to approach, but once their mom nods her head at them, they run up and immediately start to pick up and play with Lily. You can definitely tell that there's a little bit of, I don't want to say malice necessarily, but they play with it because it's new and fun, but also you can tell there's a little bit of contempt. It's the tiniest little bit of contempt in their eyes for this cat. You can probably put 2 and 2 together that this cat probably looks better than them. You pamper the shit out of this cat.
She's got treats.
Literally.
Literally treats.
And toys.
Yeah, and toys.
So they're a little jealous of how nice this cat gets to live, and they don't. But they regardless, play with the little black cat, and like you can definitely see some of them like take the toy and like sniff at it and like paw at it a bit, similar to Lily.
Yeah.
But
I mean, they're children, so
right, like
toy.
Exactly. Yeah. Like they're playing with it as they would any other toy.
Mm-hmm.
What are you handing him?
I saw like the other Tabaxi's reaction when Chatz gave them that gem.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna pull out a moonstone that I have.
Oh,
good shiny.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And hand that over to the father.
Okay, so he, with his like dark gray eyes and like matted gold fur, he like looks at it as soon as you pull it out. He is fixated on this thing.
Yeah, how much is that thing worth?
It was only like 50 gold.
50 gold is
it's a lot.
That's
yeah, that might buy them a house.
Yeah, literally. But he really like
It's then like enslave more. Because like, when did you steal this?
Right.
It seems to me that they're the Tabaxi gambling, so maybe some of them are enslaved here, or
some of them may or may not have stolen money.
Yeah, or may not have stolen money. Yeah.
I mean,
like it seems like maybe like in this like ghetto-y area, maybe there's a little bit of freedom for the Tabaxi to a point.
Mm-hmm. But as soon as he sees this moonstone and it shimmers ever so slightly in the moonlight as you pull it out, he is like fixated on that thing, and he doesn't look away from it as long as you're holding on to it. I'm assuming you like reach forward towards him with it.
Yeah, I would like hold it out and be like, "This is yours, but you need to cooperate."
And he just nods, like staring at it, unblinking, like he's not even looking at you. He's literally just looking at the stone. Like he is following that thing like a cat with a toy laser thing. Yeah. I'll show you exactly where to find Bram. And he like starts salivating just looking at this thing because he probably have at least some idea that this thing is valuable. Not necessarily know exactly how much, but it's definitely gonna feed his family for at least a week or something. Mm-hmm. But he's like, yeah. Did you want to go in the morning, or when do you want to be escorted? I'm available, as you can imagine.
What time is it now?
It's probably getting like 9-10 o'clock at night. Like it's getting late.
Should we
in the evening?
Have him meet us somewhere in the morning so we can gather our friends?
It's probably the best idea. Do we trust that he'll show up?
Are you talking about Bram, or are you talking about
this guy?
Yeah. We didn't ask his name.
We're like having a quiet aside.
Right,
yeah.
Sure.
Or should we have him lead us there now so we know the way?
It'd be nice to know the way now, but I do think he would help introductions.
So should we wait or should we go now?
It's up to you.
We might have a little bit more standing ground if we have chats in this.
How far away is... Well, I would ask the guy. Or how far away is... Where does this guy live?
Bram lives not too far away from here, but he may be at their hideout, which I don't know where that is. I can lead you to his home, but I don't know where he might be. He might not be there.
You don't know where the hideout is?
I'm not involved.
Lead us to his home now, so we know where it is. And if he's not there, we'll go back in the morning.
Very well.
Thank you for your help.
I can do that. I appreciate this. This is a blessing from... And you can definitely see he hesitates to say what he's about to say, and he doesn't. He just like stops himself.
I put my hands on his hands and I go, I've heard of your cat lord before.
And all of the Tabaxi in the near vicinity, like, just stare at you and say, the father says, do not say that name unless you wish harm upon yourself.
Okay.
Just say it internally.
Okay.
Don't.
Okay,
don't,
think it, don't say it.
Yes.
We should probably tell Chaz that.
There's no time, Chaz.
That's true, okay. Oh, we can't say that name here either. You must not be Catsmussen.
I'm assuming you're not saying this to him.
No, we're talking quietly amongst ourselves. Okay,
Yes.
yeah, lead us the way, and yeah.
Very well. Right.
Sir.
Right.
I don't have no idea what his name is. We let him grass.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. What's your name?
Fangs by the river.
Fangs by the river. All right. Nice to meet you.
Very traditional name.
Yeah, it's Chuck and Lola.
Chuck and Lola.
Or whatever it was.
Chuck and
It's Chuck
Lola.
and Lola. Yeah.
Well, he puts out his paw towards you and tries to shake your hand as you introduce yourselves.
Yeah.
Do you hand over the moonstone as you shake his hand?
Give it to him already.
Okay, sounds good. So he takes it and he is playing with it in his hands.
We
And
best probably keep that out of sight.
And he looks at you like, no, duh. You know, he doesn't say that.
Right.
He's like, yeah, I mean, right, yeah. Like, his eyes just go wide, like, really? But he quickly hands it to his...
Well, I know, but he was my precious-ing it. So.
Right.
Yeah.
He quickly hands it over to his wife, who stashes it.
What's his name? By the river.
I will pick up my cat and put her back on my neck. And I will give both of the kids some little treats, like sweet treats or rations or whatever,
which they would quickly eat, and the mother would be like, "You're gonna spoil your dinner." Right. Right. But thank you. And she looks at both of you and just. You can definitely see like a weight, lifted off her shoulders a bit, and you see Fangs by the river gesture.
She bangs. That's all I can think of.
He gestures.
He's by the road now.
Right. He's by the road, but he gestures for him to follow you.
Is he taking us to the river?
No, he gestures for you to follow him.
Okay, gotta write his name down. Fangs. By the river.
Yes.
He's not Fangs by the road.
Wait, he's not Fangs by the river.
Oh my god.
I'm pretty sure she bangs.
Oh my bangs.
She bangs by the river.
No,
Does she?
That's hot.
Does she?
She bangs. I'm writing it down. By the river.
Okay.
I only write down the best notes.
Mm-hmm.
Your notes are going to become the limericks of your next part.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
I love it. Sis, we follow him.
She bangs next to the river.
So, he leads you a ways in, and just to give you some idea, again, these roads, swerve and curve all around various sizes of homes. There's no real organization to any of these roads, but he eventually does lead you back to what looks like a small little alcove of homes, kind of like a cul-de-sac, that has several different homes that look a little bit nicer than some of the ones you've been around lately. And he gestures to the far one, at the very back of this cul-de-sac, and he says, "That's Bram's." But be careful. He may have some booby traps or something to protect his home. He's a very wily one, that Bram. And you can definitely tell, he's not lying or anything, but he seems a little worried.
Yeah.
The fact that he's exposing someone from this underground thieves guild that might kill him.
Yeah.
For telling you this. but he gestures to the house and says, that's the one.
Okay.
But you don't see any lights on currently.
Okay. Perfect. Well, it's late, so.
Correct.
Yeah. Should we knock on the door, or should we note that it's here and come back in the morning?
It is late.
Why don't we go back to the kid's house? That's where we were going to all meet up, right?
Yeah.
We've kind of taken over this family's house as our...
That's how we do.
It's our basic... You live here? We live here.
Yeah.
Let's do that. And
Like,
we know where it is.
It's just like when I made. We just go around buy wherever we land. We just buy that
Right,
property.
we buy the property, yeah.
Monopoly? Yeah.
Yeah, you love that game, don't you?
So we know where it is now.
Yeah.
We know the path.
Yeah.
So we will head back towards that kid's house.
We will see how well you remember the path, as it is pretty hard to keep track of. Like, because you don't have a map.
There's 2 rangers.
Yeah.
Like
Good
natural.
survival,
This
yes.
is where we're on a mountain.
Like
Yes.
Excuse me? And the mountain is my favorite environment.
Oh my god.
Might as well.
Technicality!
So I know where I am.
Yeah.
Sure.
I
How
can't
many,
get
how
lost.
many environments do you have?
3, I think.
Same.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Thanks.
You should have really made sure you didn't overlap.
MG.
Well, maybe we did. Maybe we didn't.
I don't know. I think I picked mountains, valleys, rivers,
Forests.
streams, forests. I don't know.
Over the
Everywhere.
river into
Yeah.
the woods.
Yeah.
Anywhere we might be.
Not deserts, of course.
Deserts.
No.
Sapphire's grandparents are dead, though.
We're
So
gonna
she
end up
can't have
randomly in the
visible.
desert, and they're like, well, we're fucked.
I
So,
hate this place. We'll just leave.
Yeah.
I don't like
This
place.
is not my favorite terrain. I hate
I hate
this.
sand. Turn around.
It's everywhere.
2 other characters come out of the sand like.
Wrapped up in, yeah, this we love deserts. Deserts are we've been here our whole lives.
like
just Bedouins.
You just like
Yes.
So instead of Sapphire and Finnick, they're just Sapphire and Finnick. Like they're the exact same characters, just slightly different.
They just like the desert. That's the difference.
Yeah.
So hot here. It's great for your skin.
Yeah, right? The
It's
graciousness
a dry
of
heat.
the sand is really good
Yeah.
for exfoliation.
It does, yeah. It's got that grit.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's all about that grit. About that grit.
so are you guys heading back towards
Towards the kid's house. Yeah.
Buck's house?
Yeah, look.
Do a shop. We could mark our way back.
I don't think that that's a good idea.
Expose them.
Yeah.
Like literally just like a line on the ground.
Like little tick marks. Just like little tick marks.
On the ground, right?
I think
like buildings.
I think we'll be able to find the way.
He seems concerned. I'm not.
No, it's fine.
This is
just
my
throwing out
favorite.
ideas.
This is my favorite mountain.
I love. It's not my favorite. I love mountains. This is my least favorite. This is my least favorite mountain.
This is also my least favorite mountain. No
Yeah.
offense to Chats, but this mountain sucks.
I don't think
My ears itch right
I don't
now.
know Rowan likes this mountain either.
I don't think Ron likes this mountain
He's
either.
like, hey, come find
It's
me.
just them
so
old
we can get rid of
guys.
this mountain.
Yeah.
Yeah, right? We all fucking hate your mountain, Chats.
It was
Move
it's a picture upper.
Yeah, move it,
I
right?
do some Leno.
Right.
So,
Bad
We're
tennis.
just taking mountains on molehills.
so you guys head back to
I like coldest mountain better than this.
you guys head back to Buck's house.
The one where we almost died.
Yeah, you'll have to clarify what we're going to start.
Oh my god.
Oh, that one, the
The
whole
one where I got fucking like.
We all
Where all the
fell
mutants
off.
were living.
Yeah.
That was comfortable. That was very homey.
I don't remember this.
We hit that
What?
mountain
It was
from...
in the cave.
Yeah.
Oh!
Yeah, the
You're talking
cave
about
full of
in-
mutants that were trying to bring a great old one in.
Oh, that cave. Okay.
Yeah.
I think they're at the Barovia
Yeah, that was
cave.
only like.
Right, I
10
made that
episodes.
cave.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Right,
Yeah.
you guys.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, hasn't become a big story arc, but was kind of a big deal that we go deal with it.
There was something you could deal with.
Duke developed PTSD. It was a big deal.
Good to know.
Have you not had PTSD?
I mean, it was like a single fight that really like brought it up.
It was
right?
it was the shanky shanks.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That would fuck anyone up, okay?
Right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
he took like
that was
86 points of damage in one hit.
Died.
Right.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
Well, it was a surprise attack, and I had like 4 attacks, so...
It felt like more than that.
Yeah. Anyway, so you guys head back to Buck's house.
Buck's hut.
And we'll jump back to you guys in the school. So,
jeez.
Did you say Buck's butt?
No, Buck's hut.
Buck's hut.
Buck's hut.
So you guys make your way to the other side of the school.
That's another order.
You do not find another library. It seems like this is it looks like several offices. Like, think like a college professor type of offices, like small single rooms that are side by side by side.
Can I story progress?
We did find them.
To this team,
there doesn't seem to be windows on these doors. It just seems like there's like plaques on each of the doors. That's all. And there are locks on said doors.
What do some of the plaques say?
Let's find out.
You who read this as the 18.
the plaque becomes alive and it bites you.
I'm out.
Fucking burn this building.
Knowledge is no longer power.
One of them says Professor Drelan'Shaan, Professor of History. The next one is Strayus, Professor of Mathematics. And then you work your way down. Like, these all seem to be just various names of different teachers that were previously have taught here. Either they never updated the names, or maybe these are still the names. You're not sure.
Right. Like, okay. So my follow-up question to this is like, do I recognize any names from my day and age or Suze's day and age?
You go ahead and roll me a history check.
I was going to actually ask you that, but, whatever.
I mean,
No dialogue needed.
He did it on his own.
21.
So you're trying to think back to some of the teachers that Suze had. You don't recognize any of these names. You're not sure if, perhaps these have come and gone. Like, perhaps the school has changed hands and had multiple purposes throughout the hundreds of years you've been gone. But you don't recognize these names.
Okay.
But these are offices of some sort.
Okay. These names are not what I recall, so these likely are current members.
Well, it's not necessarily. They could have taken time before they dismantled the education systems.
It's hard to say. Can we check out any of these offices?
There could be useful information.
So,
for all we know, are these Tabaxi names?
They don't sound like Tabaxi names to you. Like,
no.
You're like, these sound like non-Tabaxi names.
They are very foreign to me.
Well, it actually could be members of the upper echelons.
It could be.
Exploring the offices could be beneficial to our, mission to eliminate them.
What I remember were the headmaster's offices.
That would be upstairs.
I think if we're going to explore any offices, it should be the headmaster's office. If it's remained the same, then it's upstairs, and I think if we'll find any useful information, it'll be there.
I would agree.
Okay. So
let's find a way to the stairs.
Yep.
So you know that the stairs are kind of back to where you guys came, and it goes up and spirals up the inside of the building. As you guys are heading back towards where you can see the front entrance, you do see what looks like some lanterns that seem to be swinging approaching the doors that you guys came in, the set of double doors that you picked the lock, you do see a couple lanterns that are making their way closer to those doors.
Mm-hmm. Try and act normal.
Nothing about this is normal.
A dragonborn in a full tux and a guard.
Yes. Act normal. But not your noble. Because that's really bad.
My normal is probably the safe. Is there another way up?
There are several sets of, there's stairs on both sides, but there's only one hallway connecting the two sides. I mean, you could easily just, run and go upstairs and, avoid the front entryway, if you wanted. That's totally possible.
Let's go upstairs.
Yes?
Hurry.
So, as you guys start making your way upstairs, you hear the front doors, jiggle and then open, and you can hear, isn't this supposed to be locked? I wonder if the headmistress knows. Go check down that hallway. And so you guys hear this echoing from downstairs as you guys start making your way up.
Mm-hmm.
Are you guys stealthing?
I definitely am.
Yeah, I mean, if there's people here.
Okay.
27.
Okay.
Hey, that's not bad. That's like an 18.
That's pretty good. So you guys quietly make your way upstairs. You're beeline for the headmistress office then?
Yeah.
The headmaster, whatever.
The head office.
Right. So you head directly to a set of double doors that look ornate. They look significantly different from the rest of the doors. They're jet black with knocker handles with a lock obviously in it. And there's a plaque that says Headmistress Jolith Godspell. Sorry, Goldspell. Jolith Goldspell. That does not sound Tabaxi to you at all.
Yeah, no.
Doesn't look Tabaxi to me either. And I don't
know. It's not things on the river.
Correct.
Shit. Should I open it?
That's why we're here.
Fine. I'm gonna pick the lock.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm gonna check for traps.
Okay, so go ahead and give me investigation.
Are there? Is this like the only office door in the air? Or did this? How did we just come up to another large hallway?
Yeah, it's another set, a large hallway, but this is dead center of the large hallway. Okay. So pretty much directly above the entryway would be the set of double doors. It looks like this is probably a pretty large office. But there would be other doors along the southern hallway that you guys would have walked past.
Are they offices or classrooms?
They look like classrooms.
Okay.
28 for investigation.
From this side of the door, you don't see any traps.
Okay. You gonna try and pick it?
Okay, so give me...
That really sucks, but that's a 24.
Okay, so you...
What the fuck?
You put your lockpick in, and you're feeling around trying to get, find purchase in there, and you feel some tumblers, but as you click it, the last hook into that lock, you feel a sudden jolt as you take...
Ouch.
15 lightning damage. It goes through your metal tools and you're just gonna shake for a quick second. Almost like your attempt at picking the lock caused some sort of reaction.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna look up at Duke and be like, ow.
You look energized.
Like, you have some steam coming off your head.
I'm a little fried. I don't know if you should stick around, especially if those people are coming after us, and this door is really well guarded.
Well, they don't know that we're still here. Did you at least get it opened?
You definitely would have. I mean, you can go ahead and try and open it.
I'll try and open it, I guess.
So you try and open the door. It is still locked.
Nope. Let's go.
Okay.
Okay, so how are you getting back down? There's a set of stairs on both sides.
Okay, did we see which way the people we saw that were checking the front door?
You had already started going upstairs by the time they had come in, so you didn't see which way. You probably can guess that they split up, and one's going left, one's going right, just from the sound of the voices.
Is there a classroom nearby?
Yeah, the big classrooms close by where the stairwell that you came in.
Okay, can I try the door of one of the classrooms?
Sure, you head over. You try the door. It is unlocked.
Unlocked? Mm-hmm. Okay, I'm going to open it and dip inside.
Okay, sounds good. I mean, there's a large, classic classroom, board, several chairs. It seems to be like benches. Not much not like papers or anything. It just seems to be like benches that are facing a board of some sort.
Okay.
There's no posters or anything on the wall. Nothing really descript about this room other than there's windows on the other side opposite the door.
Okay.
Are you just gonna are you hiding out? Is that the idea?
I mean, I guess my first thought is to get behind the direction that the door swings open.
Okay.
So that if anyone peeks in, they'll see nothing.
Okay.
And I'll maybe tug on Duke to do the same.
Yeah, I mean, I was gonna hide behind where the door, if they were to open this door, I would be behind it.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's what you're both trying to do.
Yeah.
Okay, sounds good. So the single door that opens inward, is that where you'll hide both of you?
Yeah. Is there any other large counters or anything?
Not in here. There's no desks.
How high is the ceiling?
10 feet.
Okay. Because I have climbing claws, I'm gonna fucking climb the wall and cling to the corner.
Okay.
Because I can.
Yeah.
Just gonna scared cat, man. Just
right
up the wall.
And let Duke hide behind the door.
I'll be prepared in case somebody opens this door.
Okay, are you readying an attack?
Yeah, I mean, can I ready a grapple?
I would assume so, yeah.
And but only if I can tell that they notice me.
Okay.
Because if I'm behind the door and they open and they look and they're whatever, and then leave, I don't want to bring attention to us.
Sure. So, being as you do have a climb speed, but I will say it is harder to be stealthy as you're climbing, because you can't hide behind anything. You're just in plain sight.
Yes, I am in plain sight.
But you're also on the ceiling.
Attached to the corner of the ceiling, yes.
Yeah. And who would think to look up?
That's the point.
It's all the way around. He hisses.
Yeah.
You spew vomit, green vomit on them as well. Anyway, you guys duck in here, shut the door behind you. Do you lock it behind you?
It wasn't locked when we came in.
It was not locked when you...
Nope.
Okay.
Inconspicuous.
Sounds good. So, you would hear some movement coming from outside, someone coming up the stairs. You would hear, like, muffled talking like, we should call the headmistress. Like, we should have her come check to make sure no one's here, after hours. And then the other one's like, are you crazy? Why would you want to bother her? She's gonna rip your head off. Well, like, you can definitely tell, like, they're a little torn, but they are, over the course of several minutes, like, opening several of the doors. They do get close to your door. Go ahead and roll stealth, as you're trying to keep your composure, not make too much noise, as they come closer to check your room.
29.
19.
Yeah. So you like I said, you can hear them talking as they're checking each of the classrooms, and they come to your door and they fling it open. They look around. They don't see anything, from what you can tell. They immediately close the door as they don't see you guys, surprisingly. And you hear them start making their way downstairs, and you do hear one of them says, I'll send over maybe her assistant would be willing to do it. She's far too busy, right? And you hear the voices trail off down the stairs.
I was close. I don't know how much time we have left in this place. What should we do?
Well, if they're going to send someone else,
I can try at the door again, but I don't know. I think it's magically defended.
I mean, you would definitely know it is magically defended. Like,
yes. Unless we have someone who can dismiss that magic, I don't think we can get through it at this time. Or we need to get someone who has a key that can specifically open that. I think we should maybe...
The assistant?
Say that again?
Like the assistant.
Well, if we did ambush the assistant, we could maybe relieve her of her keys.
We're over here making lives better for homeless people. They're over there fucking jumping in the system.
Espionage! Let's go! We're gathering intel over here. Well, trying to.
How strong
So far, you just got electrocuted and attacked by books.
Yeah, but it was exciting. It's always invigorating to get attacked by books.
Should we investigate any of the other rooms while we're here?
I don't know that there's going to be much of excitement in classrooms, but...
They're just hiding on the ceiling. Like, it's just...
That's where Bram was.
Oh, yeah.
I bet they've been hunting for him. Here he is. I guess we could at least take a peek while we're here. But...
Okay. There were the offices downstairs that we could look into that it might not be as important, but maybe we can glean a little bit of information from them.
I think it's a good... We might as well. I mean, we'll at least have some time before.
Yeah, I assume it'll take at least...
the assistant even does come.
Maximum 15 minutes. I mean, depending on how far away they live from the school, the guards there have to leave, awake her, and bring her back. So we got a little bit of time.
Yes, let's go then.
Okay. So I think we're going to sneak downstairs and look into these other offices we didn't investigate first.
Okay, sounds good. So, so you approach some of these offices. Are you just going to try and open the door? Is that the idea?
Yeah, I think I'm going to try and see if it's unlocked or not.
They are locked.
Okay. A quick check for traps, I guess.
Okay, go ahead and give me an investigation.
21.
You don't see any traps?
I'll try and unlock it.
Okay.
Alright, that is a 24.
Again.
Yeah, because I have expertise in it, which means that my reliable talent kicks in.
So that's the bare minimum you can roll is 24.
Yes.
So you do...
Good to know, right?
Yeah. So you do manage to pretty effortlessly open this lock. This lock definitely isn't as intricate as the one for the headmistress. But you open it up and there's this small room with a desk and a chair. It looks like there's a bunch of papers strewn about, like scrolls and quills and whatnot. It seems like a pretty disorganized room, office.
I might, very quickly, yank open the drawers and see if there's, any keys or anything like that in there.
Go ahead and give me an investigation check.
Okay.
What are you doing, Duke?
I want to look to see if there's any, without disturbing anything, just seeing if there's any sort of, documents.
Just in general stuff?
Yeah, anything pertaining to, the movements of, if there's any sort of, where military information.
Okay.
General intel that a military leader would be looking for.
Okay. So you're looking at the documents on the desk, and you're looking through the drawers. So you're digging through the drawers. You would find inkwells, spare parchment, perhaps books, just novels that they would maybe read in their spare time. Perhaps even some spare sets of handcuffs or chains, small keys like that you would know wouldn't necessarily go for a door. They probably would go for tools of that sort.
I guess one thing I should check is, what's this office labeled as?
Oh, this is the history teacher, I believe.
Okay. Okay. Well, I rolled a 20 in investigation, if that matters at all, but...
I mean, you don't find any, secret keys or anything.
Right. I might take Duke and be let's find an office maybe of better standing. So I want to kind of, look and see if, there's, maybe some sort of office that maybe deals with records or processing or something like that.
Okay. So the documents on the table, those would be there'd be a newsletter there from the headmistress that talks about new ideas for either punishment or new strategies for teaching unruly Tabaxi. Maybe a new organization of we're changing this room to be used for this new practice that we're doing, very mundane school stuff, nothing military necessarily. It doesn't seem at just a cursory glance there is anything specifically military based. It seems a lot of just stuff dealing with the school and perhaps writing about history of Tabaxi, some sort of written history, they say that they've been here for hundreds of years and the blah blah blah.
This seems to be written as if it was written by the voice of an outsider.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Probably very heavily edited, as you can probably imagine. Think white people trying to talk about, literally any other race that they've taken over, like indigenous people. Like, they're going to whitewash it and be like, oh yeah, you're great. So similar type of mentality.
Okay.
So you guys, you're just going to keep looking through the different...
I think after kind of rummaging through this office, I'm going to be like, okay, this was pointless. I want to target my next room. So I'm reading the labels on the doors, what departments there is.
Okay.
So what departments do I find down this hall?
I mean, you would find obviously the different types of school classes, like arithmetic. What's the word I'm looking for? Being prim and proper,
etiquette.
Thank you. Like an etiquette teacher, disciplinary, thing like a vice principal type of role. You wouldn't, especially on this wall of rooms, you wouldn't find, hall of records or anything like that. That's...
I'm interested in this vice principal or, disciplinary office.
I'm trying to think of a good word for it, other than, punisher or something.
Right.
But that's the idea.
Disciplinary?
Yeah. Head disciplinary or something.
Right. Yeah, okay. I'm interested in breaking into this one.
Okay, sounds good. Go ahead and give me another lockpicking.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, that's 24.
Yeah, you pretty easily, again, break into this specific office. And it does seem a little bit bigger than the previous one you were in. It looks much more well-kept. There are documents strewn about all over the place. It seems like there is, several bookshelves, several books on a bookshelf. Not like a library, but there are books on a bookshelf in here. It seems pretty well organized. You probably would see various types of chains and collars hanging on the walls that probably would fit around your neck pretty easily, as well as entire full body chain to wrist to ankles. Think chain gang kind of stuff.
Right.
Secret dogs, yes. That's a community reference. But anyway, so you can see several types of that, rope, whips, chains. They excite me.
Right.
That type of stuff.
Okay. Well, after being appalled by all the chains, I'm going to probably do the same thing, which is sort through his desk and see if there's anything important looking, whether it be keys or documents that might be have intelligence on them.
What sort of intelligence specifically are you thinking?
I don't know. The purposes of the school, what are they training them for, or what any grand scheme that might be behind why Tabaxi are still going to the school. They're not training them for nothing.
You ever watch or read The Handmaid's Tale?
Yes, I did. I love it.
That's the kind of vibes I'm getting from this school. They're teaching them to be obedient slaves.
Yeah, I get that, but you know what? You're not here, and I'm role playing right now. So, but I love you. So I mean that in a derogatory way.
I'm just getting serious Handmaid's Tales vibes from this.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anyway,
roll me investigation as you're digging through this desk.
Okay, that's 27.
Okay, so you're digging through. You would find large sets of keys that probably fit the shackles that are strewn about the room. like, think like a janitor sets of keys, of keyring. You would find documents, again, probably talking about, like, different types of disciplinary, and, like, what is okay and what is not okay, and, like, how to keep them in line without breaking their spirit, that type of thing. You definitely would get, like, a memo, probably, like a personal memo directly from the headmistress that says, like, don't be too hard on them or else they will break and they'll be useless to us. They need to be able to be sold to the highest bidders. And they need to bring income to the school because who else is going to pay your fucking salary? That type of thing. Like, you definitely do get a Handmaid's Tale type of vibe.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Well, I assume these keys are they're like an assortment of skeleton keys probably looking, or like...
Yeah, similar. Like,
okay.
You can probably guess, like, you can take them over to the set of manacles and put them in, and they probably fit just fine. It's like, it would take some time, but... I
think I'm going to pocket the keys.
It's a big set of keys. Like, it's going to be, like...
I'm going to put it in the bag of holding.
Oh, okay.
Just because that many keys to shackles probably might be useful in the future. Anyway, and then I'm going to say, yeah, this is not surprising, but shocking all the same. It's a lot to take in, Duke.
Yes. Everything I've found is just basically how they're working to further cripple your society. Removing your history, rewriting it, learning new ways to punish.
More or less. Yes.
I don't know that we really need anything out of the headmistress office, but if the opportunity does strike, it could be worth. We could slow it down, but
if we wait here any longer,
I think we should just leave.
You think so?
Of course, if we run into our coming guest, we could take an opportunity that has stricken us.
Perhaps. Well, fine. Let's head out. We'll try and find the others in the slums. Yeah.
Okay. So you guys are gonna head out of the school?
Yes.
Okay. So you guys, go ahead and roll me one last stealth check as you guys are making your way downtown, walking fast.
Face pass and then hold on.
Okay.
Oh, fuck.
Is it stealth?
Yes.
24.
You roll 1.
I did.
What'd you roll, honey?
24.
Okay.
This is also an old building.
Yes. But this is as you're leaving, like, make your way out. I'll say you get to the final gate, and it is locked again. And you, like, rattle the gate a bit, which draws some attention to you. And a guard that happens to be walking by stumbles over and says, What are you doing in there? Why are you at the school this late at night?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was told to escort our guest around. He is a potential ally to our cause. I was told from higher ups to tour him around the city. He is curious.
Roll me persuasion with disadvantage.
Persuasion.
Or deception. Deception.
Deception? Okay.
Because you're lying.
No.
Those are both
Yeah.
Oh, that's too bad.
It is too bad. It's still a 25.
You look at this person, this weird creature, who is a weird tiger.
Mm-hmm.
He looks confused, but also doesn't really understand what you're saying, but also doesn't really care. Like, you can definitely tell that this is a late patrol and he's kind of checked out. And he just kind of looks at you both and kind of just shrugs and says, "Did you lose your key?"
I don't know. Something's jammed in it. Do you have one?
He looks at you again and he takes out a key and unlocks the gate and pushes it open and says, "You really shouldn't lose your keys."
This isn't boding well for my investment.
Well, I take out the huge ring of keys that I have now. I'm like, I don't know. I think the key's bent or something. It's weird. You look tired, though. You should go home.
I am tired. I've been on a 12-hour shift.
Jeez. Really? God, they really... Look.
And only half an hour lunch break.
I would add, if I was you, and I had to get a transfer, there's other units not doing half that much work.
I bet. I've heard. Whatever. And you can definitely tell, like, he is ready to be done. And he isn't really interested in starting some shit. And he just, like, turns around and starts to head out and...
Dude, I do work here.
Right, exactly.
I get paid to walk my rounds, not to fuck with your shit.
Right. And your disguise is pretty good. I think you rolled an extra 20 in your disguise. So, like, you pass for a fucking guard. So, your high deception and your disguise, it's pretty hard to beat that. So, you walk out of the open gate, and he's like talking at you as he's walking away. Like, so how long have you been doing this gig? Did you recently switch over to a different route? And like he's like walking away as he's talking to you, like not paying attention to what you guys are doing.
Got transferred from Thorfax. It was real shithole down there, but
oh yeah, I bet
this is paradise compared to it.
Right? Yeah. And he starts heading over towards the fancy establishment. And he's like, "Did you hear what happened in the back there?"
No. What's up?
I heard that there's a show in the back, if you know what I mean.
Show?
Yeah.
Some good stuff?
I don't know what any of you mean. I don't know what...
Oh, hey, you hang around us long enough, buddy. You'll see. So, what's the fare?
Well, they got some interesting folk dancing for us.
Yeah, no shit.
Yeah, it's a classy place.
Huh. I'll have to check it out.
And he gestures to the sign with the orchid on the flower on the sign, and says, the front there, it's got nice food, but the back is where it's at.
I know you're busy, sir. Did you want to make a stop? Check out the local attractions?
Well, if I'm going to put any of my efforts into this, I'd like to know what the full package has to offer.
I think that's a yes. Hey, could you lead the way?
Well, I gotta keep going on my shift, but I just figured I'd drop you a little intel. See if you're interested.
All right. I think we can find a way. Thanks.
Yeah, no problem. And he just like walks past the establishment and kind of just wanders off out of your sight, essentially.
Yeah.
Are you guys heading in? Is that the idea? Or are you guys just leaving?
I don't know what the hell he's talking about. Although I am curious what he means by saying
There's not many people out at this time of night. It's pretty late. It seems like the streets are pretty deserted, save for guards occasionally.
I'm not sure how much I really trust it.
There's some random guard who happened upon us. We could just take another route and get out of his line of sight and go back and meet the others. Maybe we put a pin in this.
I think it might be best.
Okay. So, we'll go try and find the others?
Are you guys taking back streets to try and get...
Yeah, I think so. Like, we'll try and, like, especially with this guard, like, maybe try and, like, act like we're gonna go to the back, but, like, then, as soon as he's out of eyesight, we'll take some alleys to kind of cut through town.
I'd like to see if there's a way that we can maybe get some sort of eyesight of the back, going a different way.
Mm-hmm.
Just to see, like, if maybe I can, like, notice that, and maybe if you'd like to also help, if it might have been some sort of trap that they might play on, since you've made it clear that you are a new transfer, and maybe they wanted to haze you.
Perhaps.
So you're kind of like skulking out the building a little bit?
Yeah, not getting too close, but just kind of seeing, like, okay.
So you're walking around the building. There does seem to be a back door to this building, but there's no, like, windows or anything. Are you just gonna, like, try and open the door, or...?
Well, I don't know that I want to go too far, but...
I kind of want to... I mean, if I'm following him, I'm going to, like, scope out the alleyway back here and just see if there's any, like, movement or
Is anyone hiding?
Anyone hiding.
Go ahead and give me perception checks.
I don't remember what my perception would be. That's a 13.
Okay.
25.
Okay, so you guys are pretty thoroughly checking out the alleyways and whatnot around the building. It seems pretty empty. You find, like, trash and rats and whatnot, but nothing, no people. No one, like, waiting in the mists to try and attack you or anything.
Mm-hmm.
As you're skulking about, you would see there's probably a very few people inside, like probably a bartender behind the bar. You would see like a door kind of behind the bar with your very high perception that would lead to the back potentially.
Mm-hmm. All you hear is
bass.
No, you definitely would not hear that from out here. But you don't see a lot of people inside. It seems like it's pretty quiet. Nothing too fancy.
Are you satisfied, or would you like to go through?
Let's just keep this in mind for later.
Okay.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay.
Are you guys just heading back to...
Yeah.
You don't know where Buck lives.
We don't, but they were going down to escort this kid back.
Correct.
I also told you I'd leave my tartan cloth.
Right, that he would tie the tartan cloth somewhere.
Okay, so you guys spend another hour or so searching through the moors trying to find this house. Takes you a while, but you eventually do find it.
And about the time they arrive, we remember that Rosemary could just tell them where we are.
Correct. And as soon as you guys find it, you guys hear in your head, oh, by the way, this is exactly how to get there. Oh, okay, never mind. I already wasted the spell slot, but it's fine.
We could have been dead, and you waited
The magical equivalent of someone on the phone wondering where the hell they're at, and they're like, oh, okay, I see you.
Right, like you're just walking to the door. Yeah,
Right.
So, you guys managed to make your way back to Buck's house. Buck's Hut, yes.
The Buck Hut?
Yeah, the Buck Hut.
Was that the club we were just at?
No.
Oh, okay.
But...
That was the hut for bucks.
Oh.
Anyway, so you managed to make your way back together, in this small little hovel of a house.
We really need to start finding places that are larger. Can you find richer poor people?
Richer.
I mean, they're rich now.
It's a lot easier to buy a bed from a poor person, okay?
Actually, with all the money they've probably given you, because I know them, why don't you just buy a large house uptown?
But anyway, that is where we'll end it for tonight.
Woo! We made it. Permanent location.
In there.
Hey, let's go there.
It's not a permanent location.